You know how we say that we don't really know why humans need to sleep? I mean, we do to an extent, but it's still a massive scientific work in progress. The body uses time sleeping to do a ton of wild stuff, from healing the body to compartmentalizing memories. The only thing is, that's all we've found so far. Of course, the best way to study what something does is by studying what happens in the absence of it. The longest on record is 18 days, and by that time, the cognitive function of most people isn't too great. Granted, this was all done without using any kind of performance enhancers, so to speak. I got the job offer weeks ago, a sleep deprivation study sponsored by the US government. Ethical? Well, absolutely not. But they gave me a proposition that I couldn't refuse, to use the old cliche. You see, I'm genetically predisposed to a prion disease called fatal familial insomnia. Right now, I haven't shown any signs of it, and on average, it doesn't start to onset until around 50. So I have a few good years left before things go to hell for me. So while I can, I've dedicated myself to research into finding a cure for prion diseases, in some desperate hope that I can fix my own genetic mess up. No luck so far, but they recruited me with the promise of access to CRISPR technology to further work on genetic modifications, and I wasn't passing that up. Even if I can't do it for myself in time, if it can save people down the line from the hell that I saw my mother go through, the hell that awaited me whenever the prion decided that it was my time. So, the basic thesis of the experiment was that we have 5 subjects, all people that were made to disappear by good old Uncle Sam. We weren't given any previous information or even names, just these 5 people, literally assigned numbers as their names so that we couldn't figure out who they were. And these people would be studied as they were deprived of sleep, using any methods possible to make sure that they stayed conscious. These methods would range from drugs or rewards, torture, or anything that would prevent sleep. Again, it wasn't ethical, but I'm doing this to hopefully save some innocent people down the line. Myself, 2 other researchers, 1 guard to each of the subjects were given a modestly sized lab environment to work with, and amenities for non-subjects were pretty nice. We had beds, a full kitchen complete with a cook who came in for lunch and dinner, and entertainment for those of us not currently working. It was a good thing because this place was our home for the foreseeable future, until the experiment was over. The subjects had things a lot less comfortable than we did. They were kept in a common room with individual rooms that split off from it, consisting of bathrooms and showers and various entertainment options. I know, giving people so awful they were erased by the government didn't seem like a great thing, but we wanted to keep their minds stimulated to keep them awake. There would be meals brought in at regular intervals, all with the sufficient nutrition needed to thrive. Every single room was monitored by no less than 3 cameras, even the bathrooms, so we could constantly keep watch on every subject. In addition, there was a viewing room in front of the main common area, one-way glass, allowing us to directly observe. From here on, everything is presented from my daily research notes for a full picture of how things develop. This is the personal record of Dr. Michael A. Ripley, kept for my own future research and records. Day 1. Everything's going smoothly so far. I met my fellow researchers Philip and Taryn early on, and we determined how we would split work and observation. 8-hour shifts each. Taryn would take the midnight to 8 a.m. I would take over until 4 p.m. and then Philip would finish out the night, before Taryn came back to cover for him. It was easy enough, and we would have at least 2 guards keeping watch with us at all times in case a situation arose. Taryn's shift came and went without incident. The subjects were gathered around one of the tables, folding chairs set up for seats. That was the most comfort that they had, though. There were no beds, only a hard metal cot on the walls with no padding or pillow. I'm assuming that's about what they were accustomed to, though, because nobody was really complaining about it. Subject 1 is a male in his mid-20s. Dark hair, scrawny, pale as hell. 2 is an older man, early 50s, balding and covered in some questionable tattoos. We weren't given any information on what he did, but you don't get that many symbols permanently inked on by making good life decisions. 3 was in his 40s. He had a kind face, a wry smile that looked like he would crack a dad joke at any time. Honestly, a pretty jovial guy. Probably the only one who I have no idea how he could have ended up here. 4 looked like Jeffrey Dahmer reborn in the digital age. I assume that he's in there for similar acts as Dahmer too. Hearing him talk over the monitor gave me the creeps, just monotone and uncaring. There was nothing behind his eyes. 5 looked like the American Psycho type. Wealthy, no human empathy or consideration for life, and that Tom Cruise look where every little move was rehearsed to best manipulate anybody that he interacted with. I swear that I saw him staring into the cameras a few times, right at me, and he would only smile. None of them knew what the experiment was. As of now, these sleep deprivation methods weren't in play, being so early. It wouldn't be until near the middle of my shift that things needed a little push. 2 was yawning and said that he was going to his bunk for a nap, so I hit the dial in his room to make sure that that didn't happen. There was no control for the lighting on their end, so I dialed it up, the intensity of the fluorescence. And then I activated a small speaker hidden behind his bed, playing a frequency that would disrupt any attempt at sleep for a while. The others stayed in the common area, bullshitting about why they were here. Nothing of note happened otherwise. Day 2. They're getting irritable. It's to be expected considering that they're now hitting over 24 hours without sleep. So far, the light and sound methods of deprivation have worked fine, with nobody wise to what's happening yet. I do believe the irritability will lead to tensions by tomorrow. 4 is beginning to exhibit paranoia, frequently looking around, speaking to himself under his breath, and generally acting on edge. More than once I've seen him staring directly into the camera, though I'm not sure if he realized it was there. Creeped me out nonetheless. Around noon on my shift, 1 began to speak to 3. I've transcribed their conversation below. Do you see them? Sorry, who? I can see all of us in here but nothing else. The kids. Excuse me? They told me what you did. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, sure you do. How many were there? Please, leave me alone. You're the reason I'm here. Why should I leave you alone? At this point, I called in one of the guards, Murray, just in case something started to go down in there. 3, despite his kinder, laid-back attitude, was definitely starting to get on edge. 1 did leave him alone, though, walking over to his own room and sitting on the metal cot, staring at the wall for the next 2 hours with this smile in his face like he was totally zoned out. I still don't know what any of them did, so I don't know if 1 was actually onto something or not. 3 was certainly shaken up by it though, sitting alone and not saying anything for the rest of the day. Eventually, he went to his room, laying on the cot while tossing and turning. From the notes Philip left, he had been complaining of the others being too loud, saying that they're shouting when everybody is talking in whispers at best. Likely an early sign of prolonged sleep deprivation. 2 and 4 have been oddly friendly, though I'm not entirely sure why. I've heard them briefly talk about their jobs and their early life. 2 was some sort of construction contractor, while 4 specialized in industrial chemicals. Of course, that's before or during whatever got them in here. I'll keep an eye on how their relationship develops. I expect many of them to break down after a certain point. Day 3. Today was relatively calm, with barely anything of note happening. The subjects have begun to isolate after over 48 hours without sleep, each staying to their own room or corner of the main area. I have noticed 4 increasingly talking to himself, more hurried and louder than previously. Most of it was nonsense, sounding like the paranoid ramblings of some crazy person. Subject 5 is the one that's been most interesting to watch. He's going along with this just fine, not even a sign of irritability or paranoia. All that he's done is sit in his own corner just watching the others. Occasionally he would give a smirk, but for the most part he just remained quiet there. Day 4. They've begun to realize what's happening. 3 approached 5, asking him when the last time he slept was. Upon realizing it was before they were sent in here, they started to ask the others. One said that he was awake for 72 hours prior to arriving, suffering from insomnia as is, so I guess we had a little bit of a head start there. Everybody else agreed that they were going on day 4 though, referencing the clock and calendar on the wall to be sure. 2 began to get irritable, screaming to be let out and told what was going on. 3 tried to calm him, telling him it was likely that we were being monitored. 4 had started to search the entire place for cameras, though he didn't succeed. 1 was in his room, already deep in the throes of paranoia and whispering that they were coming for him. From what I can gather, he was seeing hallucinations. At one point, he was pointing at the door, screaming at something on the other side, telling it that it wasn't welcome in his room. It sounded like he was rebuking a vampire, telling it that it didn't have permission. At some point, 2 started screaming at him to shut up, the screams only getting louder as the rebuke from 1 turned into pleas with whatever was there to leave him alone. His cries were haunting, legitimately terrified of whatever the sleep deprivation was making him see. During all of this, 5 remained in his corner, watching silently. He had by far done the least in his whole time here, but he had been awake the entire time. For my best guess, he was disassociating into a possible type of meditation, perhaps relieving some of his sleep deficiency. Day 5. Our methods to date for sleep deprivation are starting to become null. 2 was not at all, while 4 was going into a state of micro-sleeps to compensate. We upped it to the next phase, introducing amphetamines through their meals. There was a very noticeable burst in alertness from everyone, though some started to display signs of what's commonly called as cabin fever. 4 began to scratch at his skin, determined that something was trying to get out of his body. Guards were on standby to assess. Before long, he had gouged long lines in his arms, blood beginning to ooze from the wounds. Murray was sent in as medical, another guard named Greg accompanied to ensure that the other subjects complied. "Why are you injuring yourself?" "Because I need to let it out." "Let what out?" "My soul." "Your soul? Why do you need to let your soul out?" "Because it's been trapped. It wants out before it's stuck inside forever." "All right, buddy, let's get you wrapped up to stop the bleeding." "You mind telling me why the hell we're in here? I haven't slept since stepping through that door." "You don't deserve an answer. Tell me what's going on." 2 became violent here, smashing a hand into the concrete wall. Greg draws his gun. "Hey, calm down, man." No, you don't tell me what to do. I have God-given rights to my life." "You don't have rights anymore." After he left the room, Murray gave me the rundown of the current mood in there. The smell is terrible according to him, and up close, everybody looks ragged. Apparently, the look in 4's eyes was that of a dead man, and Murray was former Special Forces, so I'll take his word on that. Philip told me that 4 was still trying to claw at his skin during the night, and the guards eventually had to go in and forcibly restrain him to keep him from doing any lasting damage. Since then, he's just begged for somebody to kill him so that his soul can leave. I don't know what he means by that, but the feeling of dread, it's sunk into my gut. It's something that scares me. There's a foreboding here that I really don't like. Day 6. I'm shaken, to put it lightly. Subject 1 at this point has been awake the longest of them all at least 9 days, give or take a few hours. His onset of symptoms has been somewhat of a litmus test for the others, getting an idea of what could change. I fear, though, that we're only just getting into the worst of the symptoms. We got around 2 in the afternoon today when 1 went into his room, sitting on the metal cot. Everybody else was isolating, with 2 walking around and screaming every so often in anger. 3 was in his room, rocking back and forth under the bed while apologizing under his breath. 4 was nearly catatonic in his room, staring at the wall. Meanwhile, 5 was just going about his business. He was the only one to keep up some semblance of hygiene at this point, as the others hadn't showered since arriving. Pretty sure that I saw some of them not even cleaning up after using the toilet, so I can't imagine the smell of the room. From what Murray had told me yesterday, it made him want to gag. I was recording the drug dosages, making sure that we weren't going to overdose anyone when I heard my name. At first, I had assumed it was Murray checking in to see if I wanted anything from the kitchen. When I looked around and didn't find him though, my name was spoken again, this time from over the sound feed. One was staring at the camera, addressing me directly as he gazed right into me through the monitor. "Why are you doing this, Michael?" I didn't respond, I couldn't. There's no way that he could know who I am, and no way that he could know my name. They didn't even know that we were here in the first place. As far as they knew, this was just a guard surveillance room behind the one-way glass. "This won't help you. You can't be cured." At this point, I'm in the midst of an anxiety attack, full-blown panic and pressing the little call button that I had for the guards. Murray came shuffling in, asking if he had to go back into the shit pit again, as he called it now. He saw me in the midst of a meltdown, one still speaking to me directly. "You'll die screaming. You're lucky though." At that point, Murray took me out of the room, shouting for Philip to come in and take over for a time. He sat me down in the small medical bay that we had, stocked with typical EMS supplies, and gave me an anti-anxiety drug to try and get me to relax. Philip took over for the remainder of my shift and into his, so I could go to bed and try to clear my mind. They believed me that he was talking, but they were trying to give me rational reasons for what he was saying. He had been talking to himself, so maybe his name was Michael as well. Maybe it was just a hallucination of somebody that he knew previously. I was willing to accept any kind of rationalization at this point, but the dread was still sunk deep into my chest, telling me that that wasn't the case. I'm going to lie down now, but I wanted to type out these notes while they were still fresh in my mind. The medicine is making me feel drowsy. Day 7. I slept fitfully last night. This morning though, I found out that Philip had a similar experience as I did. One was speaking to him in the same way under his breath and laughing. Though he wouldn't tell me what he was saying, he was shaken to the core because one had called him by name too. We decided to sit in with Taryn during her shift this morning just in case anything happened. It didn't take too long. One was still sitting in his bunk, muttering under his breath when he mentioned to Taryn by name this time. "Do you miss it, Taryn?" Taryn didn't know how to reply, obviously. She wasn't quite sure what was happening since she hadn't had the experience that Philip and I had had. "Do you miss the way that he touched you?" She grew pale, running from the room and barely making it into the hallway before throwing up whatever breakfast she had. "He does. He misses it." He was laughing now, chuckling under his breath. "He's right here if you would like to say hello. Daddy misses you, Taryn." Jesus Christ, was all that Philip could manage to get out. I ran out after Taryn, trying to console her from the massive anxiety attack that she was now having. The poor girl was crouched in a corner of the hallway, hands over her head like she was in a tornado drill, hyperventilating hard. "Please make him stop," she sobbed, begging anyone that would listen. One of the other subjects started shouting at one as he laughed louder, pressing on their already frayed nerves. Philip shouted for me to come back as two walked into one's room ready to fight. I called Murray over, getting him on standby in case things got bad. "Would you shut the hell up?" He grabbed one, bashing his head into the wall like he was throwing a bloody alarm clock to shut it up. One didn't stop laughing despite another hit right into the wall. Murray ran in, trying to keep one from being killed as two grabbed him again and going for another hit. One didn't stop laughing, now looking at two. "They found me. They'll find you soon too. You're out of your cell." "What are you even talking about, you little shit?" "How many girls were there?" "What? I can't count them all, the room is getting crowded." Two smashed one's head into the wall again. "Shut up. Shut up." Around this time, Murray ran in, another guard on duty following him to help restrain the big man. One was still laughing, now counting out loud. Honestly, if it wasn't for the caved-in part of his head, it would have been hilarious. He was letting out a laugh between every number like the damned count on Sesame Street. Murray grabbed two, pulling him back and throwing him into his own room before shutting the door, pulling out keys to lock it so that he would have solitary time to chill out. For the first time, we had to pull a patient out, bringing one into the small medical bay to assess his injuries. By every part of science that I know of, he shouldn't have been alive, much less conscious right then. But there he was though, sitting on the medical table laughing, muttering under his breath about all the lovely people coming out to make sure that he was okay. I got chills then, because he started saying names as he looked around the room. Our exams were showing that he was in perfect cognitive shape still, other than the lack of sleep. Hell, it looked like he was starting to come back around into a more clarified state. What better time to get some direct answers, right? 1. What are you seeing right now? Oh, the other kids, classmates, friends, bullies. What kids? Oh, the kids I buried. My blood ran cold, wondering if he could be delusional by this point. He was ahead of the others when it came to time awake, so his symptoms were definitely going to be more advanced than the others. Oh, hi, Coach Mitchell. Suddenly, as I was examining his pupils to see if they were still reacting to light, he began to seize on the table. Before I knew what was happening, a mass of blood and organs erupted from his stomach, seemingly being grabbed and torn from the outside. Jesus, what in the hell? Mike, did you do that? I was backed away from the table now, blood spattered across my face and clothes. On the table, one was laughing harder now, looking around his surroundings wildly. Ah, that feels so much better. I rushed forward, desperately trying to fit his organs back into his abdomen and keep him alive. But he looked more peaceful now and some kind of relief from before. Despite the blood gushing from his insides, he wasn't showing any signs of trauma or stress in his psychological response. His body at this point should have been shutting down from shock, but he was almost refreshed, like he had just woken up from a satisfying nap. 1, can you still hear me? Oh yes, I can hear you. Sorry about that earlier. What exactly happened, 1? They want to keep me here. They're still mad. Who's mad, 1? I told you, the people that I buried, the people I loved. I didn't want anybody else to get them, and now they won't want anybody else to get me. Get you? What do you mean? The jailer. I don't really know what he's talking about. After that, he just laid on the table while I did what I could to stitch him up. Whatever happened, it looked like he had been pulled every which way from the inside, until his guts had finally bursted through his skin. Some organs were shredded with his spleen in at least 3 different pieces that weren't going to do anything for him anymore. Despite all of it though, he just stayed there, catatonic but smiling like he was finally comfortable. I stitched and bandaged his stomach, finally getting some of the bleeding under control. I wasn't sure what to do with the shredded organs that I found, just removing them so they didn't go necrotic inside. The next thing that he did is something that I before now would have thought was something from a horror movie. One got up, walking right to the door with only a little bit of a limp in his gait. His skull half caved in, blood already oozing through the bandage. He walked from the medical bay, going to the door back into the subject room. As he passed by Taryn in the hallway, he briefly looked her way. I'm sorry about earlier. He was a very angry man, very intimidating. I see how it happened so much. What is wrong with you? How the hell did you know that? He was whispering in my ear. He looked back down the hallway to Murray and I. Can somebody let me back in? I would like to apologize to the bad man. What else was I supposed to do? We let him in and he went straight to 2's door, looking through the glass at the angry man, now banging on the thick glass of his door to try and get at the scrawny boy. He stopped in shock when he got a good look at him, noticing the massive amount of blood and caved-in head. I feel bad for you. I don't feel bad for many people, but you're about to have a bad time. Who the hell are you? What do you know about me? Well, everything. They told me all of it. They said that they'll see you soon enough, so I don't need to do anything. 3, 4, and 5 were backed up against the farthest wall that they could be as one spoke. I think this was the first time that I saw 5 break the cool exterior. Genuine fear in his face as he looked at the mangled one. The worst, though, was 3, who was now pale and looked like he had seen a ghost. One turned to the rest of them now that his apology was over. His flattened skull was unnerving, even watching over a security monitor as the other 3 subjects looked on in horror. One went into his room, smiling as he sat back down on his cot, going into a near catatonic state. Taryn was able to compose herself enough to tell us about why she had had that reaction. I won't go too into her personal trauma, but to put it short, she had been taken advantage of by her father as a child. At some point in her teens, she had fought back, pushing him hard enough that he fell in their bathroom, cracking his head on the toilet and dying. She was in tears as she told us this, saying that she had never told anybody but the cops and her therapist about this, and that there shouldn't be any way that one would know. We compared notes, finding out that each of us had something that he shouldn't know about. My disease, Taryn's trauma, and Philip, who confessed that he had killed 2 people in a drunk driving accident, one that his father had managed to get him out of thanks to some money and a prosecutor friend. Philip took over the rest of Taryn's watch while I tried to rest in preparation for mine. It was useless though, as all I could see every time I closed my eyes was one being ripped to shreds from the inside out, smiling the whole time. He was thankful for what had happened, like they were protecting some great evil that we didn't know of. I needed to figure out who this jailer that he spoke of is. That's all that my mind could think about as I tossed in bed for hours, expecting Philip to call me in at any moment about some new insanity. He didn't, much to my surprise, and I dragged myself in to prepare for my watch, getting up to speed from him as I poured a cup of coffee in the kitchen. For the most part, things were slow compared to the usual. I don't know if the chaos of the day already was a sign of peace for the rest, but I would take it at this point. I observed everyone closely. One was in a near catatonic state, awake but completely checked out. I don't know if it was because of his wounds or just the deprivation, but he was staring off into nothing, that stupid smile on his face like he was daydreaming. 5 looked legitimately shaken now, peering around periodically in nervous glances. 2 was still locked in his room while 3 was sitting in a corner, facing in and muttering to himself. 4, meanwhile, had taken to chewing on his fingernails, obsessively gnawing down like a dog going at a bone. Before long, he began to draw blood, chomping at fingertips and skin now. Murray went in, restraining his hands behind him to keep him from chewing on them while he wrapped them up. By the end, they were basically in full cast, keeping him from doing any real damage. Most of the remainder of my watch was uneventful, all things considered. 2 was surprisingly chill by the time that I finished out and Philip came back, but 1 was beginning to crack again. Murray and I decided it was best to isolate 1 for the time being, letting 2 out of his confinement. Philip took over so that I could rest again before I took Taryn's shift. Day 8. Compared to the eventfulness of the previous few days, today was boring almost. I should be grateful for the quiet and calm, with the patients only showing spurts of delirium at this point between catatonic periods. I've theorized that they're falling into microsleep periodically at this point, in an automated survival measure. Microsleep will sustain their brain function while also keeping them conscious, allowing brief respites to the deprivation and the time to compartmentalize new mental information. It's no substitute for deep REM sleep, of course, though. 1 was still alive, though how, we have no clue. He was still bleeding pretty steadily with no signs of stopping, as there was a puddle of blood on his cot now. He didn't seem to mind though, as he was starting to laugh again, falling back into delirium quickly as he went. I didn't sleep well last night, again, the feeling of terrors and images of one's insides haunting me. His caved-in head is starting to show signs of possible swelling in the brain, beginning to bulge back out. If it's affecting him though, he's not letting it be known beyond the same deprivation symptoms. It kept me up all night though, theorizing on what this jailer could be. From what I can tell, it's a hallucination of sleep itself, because one keeps talking about how he's been gone too long and that it's going to notice. He says the other kids tell him about what the jailer will do, and it's, well, disturbing to say the least. I had Murray escort me to speak to one again, trying to get some answers as he was muttering under his breath. Subject 1, who is the jailer you keep talking about? He keeps us here. Every time you go to sleep, he makes sure that you don't stay here. Where is here? Awake. So this jailer makes sure that you sleep so that you won't stay awake. Why wouldn't you want to stay awake? Because they'll find you. At this point, he broke down into incoherent gibberish, talking about how they're going to find me too eventually. It was around that point that Murray and I exited, deciding getting any real information was a lost cause. On our way out, we noticed that 2 was having an episode of delirium, coming up to us as we tried to exit. You gotta let me out of here. They're all over. They keep telling me that they're going to rip my soul apart. Who? One of the other subjects. The girls. The girls keep telling me they're going to rip my soul apart. They're going to eat it so that they can finally leave. Murray and I were perplexed to say the least, and all I could say was, I'll see what I can do, before we walked out, locking the door behind us and finally letting out breaths that we didn't realize we were holding the entire time. It shook me seeing these 2 exhibiting similar symptoms, unsure if it was the deprivation or just a shared delusion between them. My skeptic mind was telling me to discount the option that was screaming at me from the shadows, that we were messing with forces beyond our understanding. The rest of my shift passed without incident, everybody lost in their own micro-sleep states on occasion. We did run into a new issue when it came to keeping them awake, knowing that one was almost incapable of digesting food at this point, not that he was really eating. The others had begun exhibiting signs of voluntary starvation, refusing the food that they're given. It doesn't seem like they know what we're doing with the food, but instead, just foregoing eating on their own sense of preservation or lack thereof. I worry that we'll have an issue with malnutrition leading to unconsciousness eventually, so we're monitoring that closely. In the meantime, we've determined that we could move on to the next stage of keeping them awake. We were given access to a neurotoxin provided by the United States military. This one applied prevents shutdown of cognitive functions, and it will not allow for even microsleeps. It was essentially concentrated amphetamines in a gaseous form, which would be pumped through the room at intervals as needed. This is where things would change though, as while the gas was present, nobody was allowed in or out. To get into the room, we would have to do a total flush of the system and the room's air, essentially turning it into an airlock before flooding it with oxygen again. It was complicated, but kept the rest of us safe from the potentially deadly ramifications. Taryn came back for her shift tonight, though she still looked shaken from the experience. I offered to take over for her if needed, but she said that she was fine and wouldn't let herself be shaken like that again. I admire her tenacity in the face of it all, but I hope that she's alright. I'll be going to bed now. Hopefully things stay peaceful for a bit because I'm exhausted. I may take some of these sleeping pills from the medical bay, assuming that I can't sleep again. Day 9. Not much of a believer, but I'll thank God for letting me get an actual night of sleep. I finally felt refreshed for the first time in days and for once, ready to face the day ahead. Taryn got through her shift fine. One would occasionally mutter something to her about her father being there, always watching over her. 2 was even more delirious than the previous day, huddled in his room, cowering in the corner and peeking fitfully between his fingers every so often at the doorway. Please make them leave. I didn't respond to him, trying to interact as little as possible and just see how it played out. A burly man with questionable tattoos all over him, crying in a corner about girls being around him was honestly the funniest thing that I had seen in weeks, despite the horror of the past weeks surrounding it. 5 was the next one to suffer a serious break. His cool demeanor was on the decline ever since 1 and 2's confrontation the other day. Now he was complaining that there was something burning somewhere, asking why nobody was doing anything about it. "Doesn't anybody else smell that? That's smoke. We're about to go up in flames in here and they don't even care." Despite sending Murray to check out the facilities, there wasn't any fire found. Despite that, he kept complaining of the smell while moving around every wall, trying to feel for a way out like there would be some trapdoor. 4 and 3 seemed to be having contention, each staying in an opposite corner but throwing furtive, venomous looks at each other. I don't know what their deal was, but at some point, I heard 4 ask if they would let him sleep if he killed someone for them. Whoever them was, I don't know, though he could have been referring to us. 3 complained consistently of a rotten smell, saying that it smelled like bodies rotting. It's possible that it could be a side effect of the gas, but the way that he was complaining about it, he was convinced that he really was smelling bodies. Though how he knew what that smelled like, I don't know. He was pretty far into the throes though, and 4 seemed to be looking at him for his sacrifice to get his own peace. Most stayed in their catatonic states for the time being, passing the rest of the day without incident. 1 was still going though, not doing a whole lot. Despite the massive blood loss, he was miraculously still alive and cognitive. I'm hoping for a peaceful night of sleep again. Philip took over in a relatively good spirit, so hopefully the worst of the chaos is done. Day 10. I cursed us by thinking that the worst was over. Everything's gone to hell again as we've reached the 10th day. Everyone else catching up to where 1 was days ago and now showing the same signs. 4 has managed to scratch his way out of his cast, though he's no longer self-mutilating. 5 was hyperventilating in a corner, staring furtively around as he complained of the burning smell still. I didn't sleep peacefully, probably too much to ask after the past few days' events. Instead, it was fitful with constant thoughts back to what my own mother had gone through when fighting her own insomnia. She constantly spoke about others appearing near the end, with hallucinations taking hold hard as the condition worsened. In a way, she was lucky. The disease only took a few weeks to take her after the total insomnia took a hold of her, and she didn't suffer any of these kinds of issues. Of course, it was its own hell, just like watching my grandfather pass from dementia years before. She broke down mentally and was barely my mother by the end. 5 began to scream in pain, saying that they were grabbing him all over, writhing on the floor in agony. I called Murray and Philip in, telling them that we may be having a medical event, and they came rushing. I did a quick cycle of the gas, hoping that it would clear everything before we stepped in, and we ran through the door as the room was refilling with oxygen. I don't know how it happened. 5 suddenly combusted, hot flames bursting forth from his body in a raging inferno. My theory is that the sudden influx of oxygen must have led to it, but I wasn't sure where the source of the ignition could come from. Murray pulled a fire extinguisher from the outside wall, spraying him down and putting the flames out. Philip and I carried him out to the medical bay, trying to get some semblance of dressing on the wounds. They were pretty bad, skin charred and still giving off wisps of smoke. His screams were the worst though, like he was being tortured in the pits of hell while laying burnt before us. Despite the shock that he should have been in, he was still screaming, begging us to get them off of him. "Hey, we're gonna try and fix you up, okay? Did you have any matches, a lighter, anything that could have caused the fire?" "They grabbed me. The hands grabbed me, all of them. Get them off me, please." As we stripped what remained of his clothes off, checking the extent of the burns, we noticed patterns different from the majority of his body. Around his ankles and wrists were handprints, or more hand indentions with even deeper burns, nearly down to the bone. Everything was cauterized nearly immediately at least, the heat searing blood vessels closed before any could escape. We bandaged him as best as we could, leaving him to lay in the medical bay, hell with keeping the gas administered. One's injuries were already giving us cold feet about the experiment, but after seeing a man spontaneously combust with nothing flammable in his reach, and then seeing the awful marks of hands, I think that we're seeing something much, much worse than deprivation take hold. We were shaken from each of our fearful contemplation by the sound of the gas alarm. It was getting ready to start pumping in more, alerting us to make sure that the door was closed and sealed properly. We had made a fatal error. Though we were successful in sealing the door on time, Mary forgot to remove the spent fire extinguisher when we had carried 5 out. We only spotted it after the gas began pumping into the room, and by that time, 2 saw his chance at escape. There was no way of stopping the gas cycle once it was in process, and it wouldn't stop until these sensors saw that the air was totally saturated. 2 smashed the extinguisher into our observation window, breaking through it in only 3 good hits. As gas burst inward, we all shrank back to the back of the room, Philip and I shocked, both immediately aware that we were, in scientific terms, screwed. The gas would take hold quickly, and as of yet, we were only administering more as a safeguard, unsure of the efficacy and time that it would last. Whenever 2 tried crawling through the broken glass into the room, he cut himself deep on the shards still in the window. Deep cuts down his forearms gushed blood as he made his way towards us. Murray whipped a gun from his belt, pointing it right at the hulking man. He wasn't able to fire off a shot before it was snatched from his hand by an invisible force, something determined he wouldn't be killing too. In only moments we found it was because whatever was there didn't want us killing him because it wanted to do the honors. A whole chunk of flesh was ripped from his neck, blood flowing from the wound and soaking any still dry parts of his filthy clothing. He screamed, but that wasn't the end of it. Before our eyes, he was knocked backward into the room, flat on his back on the tile floor. In only moments, he was spread eagle on the floor, arms and legs stretched to their limits and only being pulled further. Before long, the invisible force was pulling him like a damned drawing rack that they would torture people with before electricity. The gruesome pop is something that I'll hear for the rest of my life. As his limbs stretched, joints began to pop from his ankles and wrists. Moving inward, his elbows, knees, hips, and shoulders were pulled apart slowly, maximizing the pain that he felt the entire time. The other subjects were too stunned to do anything themselves, and now we had a whole different problem. The gas sensors outside the lab were alerted, initiating a lockdown procedure. Steel shutters came down over the only exits out, with windows getting the same treatment as emergency lights began to flash on. Through the red strobing, we could see the limbs on 2 completely separate from his body, pulling off with one last sick pop before blood began flowing. An intercom came on, giving a safety announcement. "Alert, nerve agent has escaped outside of lab confinement. Please remain calm and help will be with you shortly." Well, that was 5 hours ago. Help hasn't come, and nobody will be either, I don't think. I've been talking to Philip and Taryn. Mary's been listening in too, and we all agree this was something planned all along. Those people that gave us this grant and facility, I think they wanted a true test on their nerve gas, and they got a great sampling of people to use it on in here. Every time we try to call the emergency line that we were given, even for these security guys, there's nothing. Just a canned response of, "Please remain calm, help will be with you shortly." If they actually wanted to help, they would have done it by now. Looks like we're just gonna be another casualty of Uncle Sam's morbid curiosity. I doubt we're the first. Jesus, and the gas is terrible. It feels like I'm back in college on a permanent version of the Coke and Adderall cocktail that would keep me up for a couple of days to get through finals. This was way more intense though, like an electrical wire running up my spine that kept me from sitting still. The real tell that makes me think this was a part of the plan all along is there's no way to shut off the gas from inside. It's controlled by a remote output apparently, with us only allowed to do the air cycling when needed. Otherwise, it goes in 10-minute intervals, though the sensor tells it when it's saturated it isn't going to make it stop anytime soon. It has to fill up the entire facility now, after all. But nobody installs something like this without a kill switch if they're not planning on screwing over everyone inside. Despite mine and Mary's attempts at breaking through the door, it was useless. We tried waiting for the dinner cook to arrive, hoping that they would be able to get us out of here, but it looks like they were told to take the night off too. So it looks like I'm dying from insomnia before my own genetics can even take me. How fun. Day 11. 2 is still alive. His wounds where arms and legs were pulled off have scabbed over, but he's definitely in an insurmountable amount of pain. 1 has left his room to watch him, saying that the girls are enjoying their retribution. He's still complaining of the kids around him, but otherwise he hadn't shown any more injuries. Maybe the injury to his skull was helping keep him safe somehow, but that's a whole other matter. All of us, the non-subjects at least, though I guess we're all subjects now, have given up on any semblance of sleep or shifts. We're trapped in here, and even if I wanted to tell anybody reading this where we were to come and rescue us, I have no clue. They picked me up at the Denver airport and carted me off into nowhere, so my guess is as good as yours. They knew what they were doing. Taryn says Philip and I are paranoid for thinking it, but it makes the most logical sense. Despite the now open observation window, these subjects didn't make any effort to leave their area. Perhaps they know that it's pointless, that we're compromised too and just as unlikely to make it out. Hell, maybe their karma is that we now get to experience this hell ourselves firsthand. I'm furthest along when it comes to time awake, with my time at 3 days straight now. To be honest, it's not the worst that I've gone through. The worst is that I feel tired, but I can't settle my body into any kind of sleep. It's the same electrical feeling down my spine from the gas, still constantly pumping into our air supply. I don't think it was going at intervals anymore, and I wouldn't be surprised if they were now pumping it through the rest of the vents, making sure that there was nowhere to hide. Despite the critical injuries already suffered to the subjects, we had our first 2 deaths today. 2 of these security guards were found in their shared room, each one holding a gun with a similar bullet wound in their forehead. Mutual suicide. Honestly, I'm jealous. I wish that I had those kind of guts right now. Something was making me hang on here though, even if it was just some kind of morbid curiosity. I might just be too numb to feel any fear or death at this point. This is probably going to become a journal now instead of just a research notes. Might as well maintain a record. People will probably consider it the ramblings of a madman, but we all know what we're seeing and here is real. Nobody will believe us, but that's probably the only thing that hasn't made them cut our internet access yet. Day 12. I'm beginning to wonder if there's any point in keeping count of days anymore. The only way that I know is by consulting the clocks around the facility in my computer, but who knows if those are accurate. I haven't seen the sun since these shutters came down, and at this point, I don't know if I'll ever see it again. I wish that I would have enjoyed my time outside more while I still had it. These subjects are all still alive. I don't know if we passed some sort of advanced regeneration point, but we did take a blood sample for analysis from 2. He was still alive, something was still torturing him. It's like the invisible force that had ripped him apart would wait for his wounds to scab over, taking their time and then poking hard at the healing skin, making it bleed again as they pulled it off. He couldn't do anything but scream out in pain. 1 didn't seem catatonic anymore at all. He had passed into a new point, one where he was bright-eyed and awake for the first time in days. He started talking to us with nobody in particular as his target, just open-ended questions. So, what are you in here for? What did you do? Want to know what I did? Shut up, stop singing. Oh, that's not me. Please let me go, please just let me out of here, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. 3 was huddled in his corner again, facing inward and muttering how he was going to teach someone a lesson, and they would listen to him after all was said and done. We got the answer on that pretty quick because he was the first to respond. I needed to teach her a lesson. She wanted to get uppity, and I had to show the kids what happened when you get like that. How they should be a man. A woman is supposed to submit to her husband, And if she won't, I've got every right to punish her. What's so wrong about living by God's word? Ooh, that's the woman beside you. Huh, looks like she brought the kids for a visit. You show them their place too. And they would have ended up just like her if I hadn't saved them. They would have been ungrateful just like her to any man that they were lucky enough to have. I kept them pure, they died pure. Taryn looked like she was going to throw up. I made a motion for her to leave the room, going back to her room for some quiet time. She shook her head, refusing to be shaken once again. The woman was showing strength that I hadn't seen since my mother had passed, and that was a high bar. Damn, dude. At least I just shot up a school because they were bullies. There's 2 mysteries solved now. 1 was a shooter and fit the stereotype honestly, while 3 was a family annihilator. I lost a lot of the pity that I had for either of them through the experiment then, especially when one started describing a spree. You know, it was really easy to get shots off in school. Have they changed that yet? I've been locked up for years, so I've only been told hearsay. God, back in my day, you could just walk right in with a 12 gauge in hand. I can see Erica standing right over there, speak of the devil. Not sure if she's looking at me or not though, since there's not much of her face anymore. Oh, I think I get it now. They appear how they died, and that's why your family's soaking wet, right? I drowned them. Would you use the bathtub? Baptize them in the old river downstream. Come on, tell me. I tied cinder blocks to their feet and threw them in our pool. Damn, that's intense. Good on you, buddy. Innovative. How about you, Jeffrey Jr.? What are you in for? None of your damn business. Oh, the little group around you says otherwise. Lots of hospital gowns. They look delirious too, more than all of us. I was trying to help. Help what, the Grim Reaper? Shut up, shut up, shut up. Calm down, boss. We know what you're in for. Look at all these girls. I lost count and they look pretty young. You care to explain? Screw you. Yeah, don't think we needed any explanation anyway. Honestly, I look like a saint compared to you guys. Please just shut the hell up. What do you guys think the other guy had? I saw a bunch of burning body parts around him. I know the default answer is probably arson, but my personal theory is that he was in charge of some major war crimes. Those things looked obliterated and cooked. Like well done cooked. He was relishing this at this point, even though he was missing half of his organs. This son of a gun was commanding the room like a storyteller, spilling everybody's darkest secrets. When he looked at us, I felt my blood run cold. Now you, lady, I get it. I understand that you're innocent of any crime. I'm sorry that you're about to go through this. Now you two, though. He looked squarely at Philip and I, leveling eyes at us like lasers set to stun. We were frozen in place, entranced by his act of psychological torture. You have 2 people. No, I don't think a good guy like you would do something like that intentionally, right? They're pretty mangled after all. One only has a part of his head. Ha, we should be friends. He gestured to his own head, the flattened part bulging out now from brain swelling. Philip wouldn't answer upon hearing that, shutting down in fear while his mind pondered the ramifications. They were likely the friends that he had killed in his drunken joyride. Oh well, you're probably going to see them yourself soon. You, though, who's the woman? The electricity in my spine from the gas was nothing compared to the bucket of ice that was just injected right into my bone marrow. I know who it is. I just can't bear to say it. Kind of a dick move if you killed an old lady. Hell, the only one in here who doesn't have something hanging around is that guy. He pointed to Murray and then gave him a thumbs up. Well, things are only about to get worse. Kirk over here is telling me that they're going to torture me in ways that I've never imagined. 2 was screaming for him to shut up now as 1 just started to laugh again, taunting all of us, but just might have achieved something beyond it at this point. All of us left, going back to the dining table and sitting in silence for a time. I'm so sorry, Philip started whispering under his breath. I don't know if he was telling us himself or the things that were probably still following him, but he broke down sobbing eventually. I wandered off to read for a bit, trying to find anything to calm my racing mind. Even after all this, I was trying to come up with some sort of scientific answer. Despite all my logic though, the real evidence in front of me is supernatural at least. Day 13. I've had bad doses of irritability, but nothing like this. God, every small sound is terrible, making the headache that I've been nursing for days only get worse. Philip has taken to being a recluse in his cot, crying on and off between long disassociative episodes. He would just stare at the wall and not even bothering to pay attention to the food that we brought him. We offered food to these subjects still inside, but they all refused, saying that they weren't hungry anymore. Every one of them is exhibiting the same symptom now, seeing other people around them that are seemingly from their past. It's getting hard for me to focus. I'm having my own episodes of disassociation. Sleepwalking is probably the best way to put it. Cognitive function isn't doing so great either, so forgive me if there are words misspelled in future entries. Assuming that there are future entries, I hope that I can keep going. Day 14. 5 got up on his own today. After laying in the medical bay since he had caught fire, screaming in pain as his skin started to fall off and peel, he got right up and walked out of the room. I don't know what was driving him, but he started beating on the windows, now shuttered from the outside since the shutdown had started. Bits of skin and streaks of blood left marks all over the glass, with his fists banging against it in vain like a solemn funeral drum. If only they could have funerals. Examination of blood samples show that while the cells can be broken down and individually destroyed to the point of irreparable damage, they can't outright die. It seems that something is keeping them here, making sure that they're trapped in this limbo. It's my belief that this correlates with the healing process during sleep, with the lack of rest leading to cells going into a sort of preservative stasis instead of going through regeneration as they would during REM sleep. It's essentially a state of conscious cryogenics, frozen to keep them alive while they feel everything. 2 is still being tortured by whatever is there. I fear that once we get closer, I'll start seeing these phantoms that they've been seeing. 3 began to choke earlier, coughing water from his lungs as he struggled for breath. It just kept coming from nowhere, gallons of it, at one point mixed with blood from the pressure on his lungs. The more disturbing thing was 4's reaction to it, shrinking back in fear as he saw the water beginning to pool on the floor. He looked wild-eyed, terror in his face as he fell back, trying to get as far away as possible from it while beginning to choke himself, throat violently spasming, muscles contracting so hard that they were visible to the naked eye. I'm afraid of what will happen when we reach that point. 4 is still holed up in his room, almost foaming at the mouth as he stares around, shouting on occasion at these specters around him. I was trying to help you, I swear. I stopped watching around that time, tired of hearing the laughter of one as he watched the carnage. I noticed that every so often he would jerk, body convulsing momentarily before a bleeding hole would open up wherever it had originated, invisible bullets puncturing his skin. I don't know what I'm going to do. Maybe I can still find something that will help me with my disease, but I'm not sure. I'm afraid I'm going to be trapped in this hell. Day 15. I've started hearing voices, all kinds of different ones, some louder than others and sometimes more than I can discern, all talking over each other. I'm assuming this is only the beginning and I've started hearing the sounds that these subjects have been listening to for days. The eerie song that 2 has been complaining about it's horrible. It's just some sing-song threat set to an off-kilter tune that nobody can decide the melody to. It's like a musical straight from the pits of hell, all sung by young girls. It's terrifying. I hear screams too and the occasional gunshot. I think everybody is just jumbling together being in such close proximity, because it's hard to pull anything meaningful out of the mess of noise. I think the worst one is the sound of muffled screams, the wails of somebody unable to breathe as they desperately shout for help. I can feel my mind going more, cognition slipping bit by bit as the hours wear on outside. 2 has stopped screaming at least, seemingly numb to the pain now. I'm sure it's only a matter of time before he suffers some new horror though, because the little girl's voices are getting much louder as time went on without his screaming. After some time, Taryn joined me, looking in at the scene in front of us. The floor by 3 was almost flooded at this point, and there was still water gurgling from his mouth on occasion, though he was laying sideways on the floor now, almost unable to move from the convulsions in his lungs. Red tinted the water with small chunks of flesh coming out every so often. I'm theorizing that his lungs are beginning to break from the stress, tissue peeling off as he coughs up more water. 4 I've deduced is showing signs of a rabies infection. I don't think it's something that he had before either, as these symptoms have onset much more rapidly than any noted study. He was salivating wildly, foaming at the mouth as his own spit made his throat swell up, desperately rejecting the water with great pain to him. He was sweating, drenched and curled up in the corner, peeking around him with unintelligible grunts. I don't know that his eyes were registering anything that he was seeing, but the inflammation in his brain was certainly affecting his recognition. "Do you think there's like a point of no return?" Taryn asked, breaking the silence between us. She almost made me jump, forgetting that she was there in my current waking dream state. "Those guards died, right? But none of the subjects have. Maybe we'll be safe if we kill ourselves now." "How do we know if we're not too far already?" I asked. "I'm further than any of you. I had a 48-hour head start before we got gassed even. I'm hearing shit, Taryn. I don't know when I'm going to start seeing things, but I know it's not going to be pretty." "Well, there's one way to find out," she said, picking up a shard of broken glass, still on the floor by the observation window and running it across her forearm, straight down the middle. Blood began to gush from it, pouring to the ground at our feet in splattering drops. She looked at me as the life force left her body, yet nothing changed. Even as it poured down her arm, she stayed conscious, staring right at me as tears began to roll from her eyes. If she's already at that point, I know that I'm absolutely past it. It would have been better if we didn't make it out of this alive, but our hubris is going to make sure that we're here, awake for every screaming minute of this hell. We parted for the time, both going to ponder what was in store for us, or trying to think of a way out of this place. I doubt that we have anything that can break the windows in, but we'll see what we can do. Maybe we can get some clean air coming in here some way. At this point, I'm ready to try anything. Day 16. I honestly don't even know if that's the right day. At this point, everything's blurring together. I'm on 8 days, I believe, of no sort of sleep whatsoever. The feeling of electricity in my spine is the only thing keeping me going at this point, making it impossible to stay still or fall into any kind of rest. The auditory hallucinations have gotten much worse, and now I can clearly hear the numerous horrors inside the subject room. Even worse, these smells are beginning to come through as well, only adding to the stench of excrement and old viscera exuding from the observation room. Nothing that I've done has worked. I've tried a few methods of ending myself at this point. Hanging was ineffective, leaving me with nothing but a bruised neck and trouble breathing. Taryn made it obvious that blood loss wouldn't do anything, so that was useless. An attempted drowning in the tub was cut short when I realized that it wouldn't do anything. Probably for the best though, because that was an awful, awful feeling. My last attempt was at a tried and true classic, the Reaper's bath bomb. I plugged in the air fryer from the kitchen, figuring that a toaster wouldn't get it done. I filled the bath and I turned the fryer on and I let me cook. I can still smell something burning, probably my internal organs, considering everything still feels like it's on fire. The aches aren't going away, and I'm not sure that I'll be able to stay alive once I'm finally out of this, assuming that I ever am. I'm going to search for other ways. If push comes to shove, we have some drugs in the medical bay, but I'm not honestly holding out hope at this point. Day 17. I'm starting to see things. Whatever the noises are coming from, whatever the others have been seeing, they're finally starting to appear for me. They're not in focus though, it's like It's like looking through a patterned glass window. Their basic shape is there, but everything is blurry or mismatched. Colors end where they shouldn't and others warp so nothing is clearly distinguishable. I'm terrified of what I'm going to see when they become more clear, as what's already showing is horrifying. Some of the figures gathered around one are terrifying, with many just having large red prisms of color where heads should be. Meanwhile, most of the ones around two are wearing bright pink, and the singing is something that I can hear no matter where I am. It never stops. I've seen water dripping on the floor here and there from seemingly nowhere, but I now see that it's due to those gathered around three. Their screams are some of the worst, like somebody shrieking at the top of their lungs underwater, only bubbles escaping as liquid fills their airways. I can only imagine this is the sound that they were making when they had died. 5 hasn't stopped banging at the door, and I still don't know what it is that's surrounding him. There are just mounds, not people figures like the others. Okay, some are more humanoid, I guess, but others are just massive piles. The worst thing is that it looks like they're burning, molten embers pulsing among dark gray and black fractals of light. Philip is catatonic at this point, but I think it's more because he's shutting down from stress. I believe he's at the point of audible hallucination, so I would imagine he's hearing the same things I am. Whatever is around him, the sounds are of screams and flames, a smell of charred flesh lingering in the air. Four seems to have gone feral, and we locked him in his room due to these signs that he was exhibiting. Whether it's just a psychosis exhibiting rabies-like symptoms or not, that's a whole other hell that we aren't willing to bring in here. He was almost howling in his delirium, hair matted and skin glistening in sweat as he tore at it, trying to get something out of himself. I know that there's somebody behind me too. I know who they are, and I know why they're here. I just can't bear to face that. Murray has checked in on me from time to time. I believe that he's in the same state of audio hallucinations, but has yet to get a grasp of everything. The only other guard still alive has expended every bullet that he could find from the security room, putting each one into his own head, one at a time from every possible direction to try and end his suffering. He's still sitting in there though, clicking an empty gun against what remains of his jaw. The top and back of his head are mostly gone, one eye lolling out of his skull to stare at the gun as it clicks again. His lower jaw is mostly gone, but he's still trying to speak, or just crying and sobbing in loud, dreadful screams that gurgle through a mangled throat. I have noticed one constant no matter where I go, and it's not the one that's attached to me. This figure is clearer, made up of millions of refracting and morphing beams of light, every color that I could think of and beyond. I think it was human, and the face was kind, even welcoming. But no matter how close I tried to get to it, it was like I was being pulled away. It was staying in the same place, but I just couldn't reach it, like infinity was standing between us at any given moment. No matter how long or fast I walked towards it, an eternity passed while getting no closer. I don't know what this is, but I believe it may be the key to stopping all of this. Day 18. The figures are growing clearer now. Jesus, these images are worse than any nightmare that I could conjure up. Even after my worst bouts of sleeplessness, they're still not totally there, but now they're less broken, I guess is the best way to put it. It looks like I'm watching old footage of a flip phone camera, like somebody tried to make a horror movie on one. The girls still dancing in circles around two, occasionally taking a leave from their spot to kick or hit him, where the Frankensteined mangled corpses of girls cobbled together. There were stitches along their necks, and eyes were missing from some. There was this horrible makeup like a harlequin doll that was on their face. The pink dresses that they were wearing were stained with scarlet blood right in their abdomens. Two was approaching the same state of lucidity as one had been in since a few days ago. He's not taking things as well though, with mostly unintelligible screams before one of the little girls used their high-heel shoes to stomp into his face. I can see from the observation window one of his eyeballs skewered through one little girl's stiletto heel. If we're being honest, I was rooting for them. At least somebody was getting some good out of this situation. Four and his things, they'd begun to rip each other apart. First, he made a lunge at one of them, and then they all started going at it, beginning to rip him limb from limb while biting his flesh. One was still in high spirits, somehow, despite now being riddled with bullet holes. At some point, I heard a much louder bang than usual, and I checked the room to see that the caved-in part of his skull was now wide open. Despite that, he was still jovial, congratulating one of his many phantoms on their great aim. All that he got back was a gurgling scream from one that was missing its entire upper skull, face consisting of nothing but a lower jaw and flapping tongue. It must have been in control of the shots because something else hit him, splattering red through the front of his shirt, just like what had happened on the exam table all those days ago. Taryn is just hanging by a thread, though she's gone mostly catatonic now as well. There's an older man who keeps hovering around her, though he simply glares from afar instead of doing anything. I've lost track of the times that I've woken up, so to speak, unsure of where I am or how I got there. It's just moments of blacking out here and there without anyone telling what could be happening in between points A and B. For Philip, I don't know what's happening to Philip. He's lately taken to sitting in his cot, covering his ears and just screaming at the top of his lungs. His pleas alternate between apologies and begging for his life, but he's screaming as if he's trying to be heard over a cacophony of terrible sounds. To his credit, that is the case as the two figures near him are screaming in constant shrieking pain. They're just pillars of fire standing beside him at all times. He's been complaining about the heat in between fits, saying that he's burning up, and I can see why finally. The issue is confronting my own demon, so to speak. I can see her clearly now, the exact same way she looked when she had died. Peaceful for once instead of screaming in delirium about the thing that was after her. It was as if she had gone in her sleep, though that wasn't the case at all. She was there awake, screaming in delusions and convulsing as the prion ate away at her brain, taking any semblance of peace from her for the 6 months before she died. All I can hear most of the time are muffled screams, the last thing that I heard from her. God, I'm so sorry, Mom. I'm so sorry that I brought myself to this. I just wanted to help myself, help anybody like us. I'm so sorry. I don't know. I've been gone. I guess that's the best way to put it. I don't know if it was some kind of trauma response paralysis from the lack of sleep or the hallucinations taking hold. By my calendar, it should be day 25. I don't know how I'm missing an entire week, but things since I've been gone have begun to rapidly deteriorate. Taryn is barricaded in the kitchen, knife in hand and pointing it at anything that comes near. She keeps complaining of a pounding pain in her head, right at the base of her skull. The old man was still standing across the room, only glaring at her from afar and muttering under his breath. Greasy wisps of hair were slicked back over a bald spot, and his eyes were full of hatred. The way that he was staring at her was lopsided though, his head bent sideways at an awkward angle with bone jutting from where it was crooked at. Everything was so clear now. It was like making the switch from an old box television to 4K with everything in terrifying detail. The smell and sound of the damned around us was something that haunts me, even while I'm awake, and I'll likely never forget for the rest of my hopefully short life. When I tried to find Philip, he was only a smoldering corpse, desperately wheezing for breath on the floor. The pillars of flame were still gathered near him, looking down at his charred body as he begged for death. I found 5 in the main room, now surrounded by piles of ash and burnt limbs. Mangled torsos, hands, arms, and even heads here and there were piled around, all still burning with smoke coming off. The smell of gunpowder was thick, making my nose sting as I entered. The hands were moving toward his burnt body, desperately trying to pull him further into the ground, toward whatever hell could still be waiting for us after this. He didn't even try to fight, simply insisting that they deserved it, every single one of them. I could hear distant explosions, echoes of a land of death somewhere far beyond here. Despite everything, the constant figure was still there, right on the edge of my vision, far away yet close enough to reach out and touch it if I just gave it my all. Yet it was never enough. It never came closer, and I could never actually reach it. It was like trying to throw a punch underwater as soon as I got close enough to think that I would touch it. It almost looked sad to see that I couldn't reach it, and at one point extended a hand to me as well, almost like it was trying to help me get away. I could see cosmos flying through its body, bright stars and nebulas dotting it up and down. Every time I looked into its eyes, it was like seeing two neutron stars collide, a magnificent light that makes everything else seem dull in comparison. If only I could reach it, but even when it gave me its hand, our fingers were never destined to touch. I was trapped in boundless infinity, close but never close enough to touch. I'm going to try coming up with a plan to escape. I can at least get Taryn out of here with me, but everybody else is a lost cause. They can stay in this hell for all I care. I've been in and out of conscious control of my body for a while still, unsure of what's happened for the last few hours or days. I'm in a constant dream state somewhere between awake and asleep on the permanent edge of night. Everything around me is so vivid, and the horrible things that have been lurking around the subjects have started acknowledging me when I observe them. I worry that they may turn their wrath to me, and it's time to enact my plan before it's too late. I believe at this point we're 30 days in. I had a memory while I was paralyzed at one point, body shutting me out of control while my mind told me anything to keep me busy. I could see my mother, gaunt face, staring at me with wide, unknowing eyes that were in the throes of insomnia, just like I was now. I remembered our last moments. Her symptoms came on slow at first, just the occasional sleeplessness here and there, nothing too bad. Over the next few weeks, it began to fill more nights, staying up even after taking the strongest sleeping pill that her doctor could prescribe. It wasn't getting her anywhere though, and soon enough she was getting maybe 5 hours of sleep a week. Soon, not long after, her sleep dropped off under 20 hours a week. She started having the hallucinations. She kept telling me that she could see my father and that he was screaming at her, berating her again for something beyond her control. That was just another Tuesday night at home growing up, seeing that old guy get drunk in front of the television until he was ready to take out his frustrations. When he finally died, I was 13, and I don't think that I had ever seen Mom more content with life. After a few weeks, her bruises were finally healed, and she was practically glowing with energy to make things better for both of us. She only had 4 more good years after that before all of this happened. The hallucinations got worse, with paranoia becoming a major part of it. She swore that there were shadows watching her from every corner, waiting for her to go to sleep so that they could take her body for their own. Soon she refused to turn lights off in the house, having me install the brightest bulbs that I could try and keep them at bay. I did it, of course, because what else am I supposed to do for my mother while she's staying awake up until her final hour? I could at least humor her and put her mind at ease a little. Not that she knew that I was her son at this point, constantly asking me who let me in or confusing me for her older brother at some points. Finally, she had this moment of lucidness. She actually spoke to me like I was her son again, not some stranger in her home. "Mikey, I want you to end this," she said to me one night as we sat watching Jeopardy. She always had loved Trebek, and there wasn't a single night that we missed out on watching. We had made it a game for the longest time between ourselves, seeing who could outscore the other. She didn't know what was going on anymore, but I was hoping that it was something that could give her peace in the middle of it all. I was surprised, not expecting her to even talk other than babbling gibberish at this point. "You don't deserve to go through this. Nobody does." "Mama, what are you talking about? I'm taking care of you until it's done," I said, looking over at her and expecting sanity to break again at any moment. The solemn stare she gave me let me know that she was 100% in control right now, completely sane and sober to a fault. "We both know this is as bad for you as it is for me. I want you to let me go on my own terms, Mikey," she said, tears in her eyes as she kept contact with me. "I don't care how you do it, just make it quick for me, please. I can still see things and I can't take it much longer." Okay, Mama. I was sobbing now, nodding that I would help her. I don't know what else I was supposed to say, but her speaking to me like that again, after the weeks of nothing but screaming and terror that we had been through, let me know that she was right. She knew when it was time, and she knew that prolonging this only made it worse. It wasn't something that I could just do. Days passed while I grappled with it, the morality aspect, and if I could even do it. This was my mother, the woman who had raised me and protected me all those years, taking the brunt of my father's anger and rage. How could I repay her by killing her? Every time that I think of her, all I could remember was what she had told me, even until the end. Every time that something new ran us down, every time our situation went straight to shit for the umpteenth time, through all the beatings from Dad, through being homeless for weeks just to escape him, all the tears that I cried and knowing what was going on, afraid that he would come back any moment to beat us again. Those same words. I've got you. I've always got you, even when you don't. I waited until she had taken one of her doses to attempt a little bit of sleep, watching her doze off into a restless nap. And that was when I did it. Taking one of our couch pillows, a heavy fabric woven throw with feather stuffing she refused to throw out. I put it over her face, pressing down with all my weight as I looked away, tears stinging in my eyes. She struggled for a minute, body fighting back instinctually to claw at life. I pushed down harder, beginning to match her muffled screams from under the pillow with my own long, dreadful wails. Finally, she was still. It was gradual, movements beginning to slow, becoming smaller, weaker as she lost oxygen. Finally, she was sleeping eternally, safe from the hell that her brain was putting her through here. I told the doctors that I had found her like this, putting the pillow under her head so that she looked like she had just drifted off. Considering her condition, they didn't bother with an autopsy, so I was in the clear. A secret that I would keep until death, when I would be able to apologize to my mother personally. This was much earlier than I had planned to do it, though. Over the past few days of slipping sanity, I could hear her muffled screams coming in clearer, the same sounds as her last breaths. Before long, she was visible, standing right there near me, staring me down. I've tried to keep ignoring her, making my way around the facility to check on the others. By all accounts, the only ones who should still be alive are myself, Taryn, and Murray. The others are all far beyond the point of death, still somehow living and functioning. One had taken to wandering the facility, making finger guns at various specters and causing viscera to fly from their bodies. He got the same treatment in turn, though, with the wounds that he was suffering now something akin to shotgun blasts. Much of his body was shredded and there was a bone splintering out of his hip, causing him to limp and walk with a stagger through the hallways. Somehow I haven't gone nose blind from the intense smell scattered through the facility, though they begin to mesh together as things get worse. The subject quarters smelled of excrement and death, while our quarters were filled with the stench of burning flesh, cooking over an intense fire with the smell of burning tires to accent it. I was constantly paranoid there was a gas leak somewhere, thinking that we could all go up in flames at any moment. Taryn has been having more moments of clarity lately, and though we've both been going through dissociative episodes, we have been able to talk and try to theorize what the hell is going on. In our deductions, we've come up with a few ideas that, in hindsight, should have been massive red flags. First, I had no part in the subject selection, and she says that she didn't either. I doubt Philip had any kind of say either. Now, considering the lack of sleep beforehand for Subject 1, and the relative similarity of all 5 subjects, which we didn't see until arriving and at a point of no going back, there were far too many inconsistencies to pull off the experiment in the first place. That's what leads us to our second belief. We're all subjects. This one was obvious at this point, but they were the preliminary trial, while we were the main event. We got to see everything happening to them, observe it, and then see it all happen to us in real time. Where we're split is on what the purpose is. Nothing adds up to a typical experiment, and whoever is pulling the strings seemingly is just throwing shit at the fan to see how it splatters on the wall behind. And then Murray entered the conversation, giving us a whole new view. He was a former intelligence officer, worked on a lot of espionage stuff before going into the private security sector. From everything that he had seen here, he suggested that we were guinea pigs for the gas. Some new kind of weapon meant to possibly take out enemy strongholds from the inside, make them turn against their own allies as the paranoia takes hold. As much as I hate to say it, it makes the most sense. We go in trying to do some good, trying to find cures for sleeplessness and diseases like mine, only to become a weapon test for someone. I doubt we'll be the last. We turned our attention to the next issue at hand, the Phantoms. We could all see them at this point. The students, these sewn-together girls, the drowned family, the rabies patients, and the limbs. Nothing but mountains of limbs filling the space around 5. Murray told us that he had only seen bodies like that in war zones, mostly after bombings. He said that was one of the things that he would never forget, and how I could see exactly why. It was horrifying, and the smell of this burning flesh was a completely different one from Philip's room. The problem that we were running into now was that all these phantoms were taking notice of us. Taryn and I only had one each, and they so far hadn't shown any signs of trying to harm us physically like the subjects were undergoing. Every one of these terrors had started paying more attention to us, taking small breaks from their usual victims. It's only been watching us so far, but I don't know how they might escalate over time. If they can eventually harm us like they've harmed the subjects, well, I would rather die at this point if it was possible. I hope that we can figure something out to escape before that point. And then there was the greatest unknown. Since the beginning, we all had seen one figure in common, even Murray, who was free from phantoms clinging to him. This one figure, the dark one full of galaxies and nebulas, infinite stars in a human shape. It was always there, right at the edge of our vision, but unable to be reached. They mentioned that they had tried reaching out to it as well, but ran into the same infinite void of space in between, keeping us away permanently. Every single one of us was seeing this, and when we eventually tracked down one, the only subject willing to speak to us, or maybe the only one able to at this point, he told us that it's always there for him. "The jailer," he said. "You can see it now, right? That's what keeps us here, keeps us in the cell. It's the one that makes sure we can't be free." I have my own ideas about what it is. It seems too benevolent, I guess, like it's not trying to keep us anywhere. As is, though, it's only getting further away, like it's leaving us behind, hopeless to our cause. The 3 of us have made a plan. There's a surgical saw in the medical bay. I'm hoping that we can use it to cut through one of the vents and possibly, just maybe, get the hell out of here. It's going to be a long shot, but it's either that or stay here and see what happens. I would much rather try to escape than see what happens when those specters turn their full attention to us. And before anything else happens, I'm afraid that I'm going to have to confront Mom. I don't want to, but I fear that I won't get out of here alive until I face my fear. Day unknown. 3 is beginning to flood the subject room. I don't know how we've gotten to this point, but the only thing holding the water in there is the closed door. 1 has been in and out, but he always climbs through the window for some reason, leaving chunks of skin and scraping bone across the broken glass every time. The water is nearly ankle deep at this point, even filling the side rooms. I don't know where it keeps coming from, with an endless ocean being coughed from his lungs from seemingly nowhere. Eventually it's going to come up and cover too, probably drowning him where he lay on the floor. I don't plan on being here for that, and it's not like he deserves to be saved anyway. The little girls dancing around him have become more vivid, with obvious signs of other terrible acts committed on them besides the dismemberment. 4 was still locked in his room. Meanwhile, these symptoms of rabies, now in their final stages, catatonic and shaking, scared of everything as the water seeped in under his door. He was desperate for a drink, I could tell, but even just looking at the water was making his throat spasm violently as his mind told him that it was poison. We begun our escape attempt, though it took a while as the surgical saw we have isn't the most powerful. It's really only meant for bone at the most, so going up against the steel used on the vents is one hell of a task for it. Eventually though, after some time, it began to get through, and from there we were able to use a cane to pry the rest open. Murray went in first, clutching a flashlight and trying to find the right path out. Taryn and I stood anxiously as he explored, hoping against all hope that he would have some success. That was about the point where I went into a dream state, against all my best efforts to stave it off. Deprivation took hold yet again, leaving me on the precipice of sleep and waking, but unable to actually get to the destination that I wanted. That was when she had started talking. "Mikey?" It was the first time that she had actually acknowledged me, instead of just staring blankly into space as she did for so many nights, disassociating from life just like I was doing now. I shut my eyes, preparing to go through some sort of torture for my sins. After all, I was no different from the people that we did this to. I was willing to put humans through hell just to save myself from it, no matter how much I tried to say that it was some greater good bullshit that I was doing. I was a part of the problem. This hell was of my own making. I strained, keeping my eyes closed against all odds, trying not to face what had happened. Any moment I expected to feel something smothering me, waiting for my slow, agonizing death that would never end. I deserved it. It was all my fault and I'd killed her. It wasn't out of mercy, was it? It was a way out of taking care of her, a way out of seeing the rapid decline that I would have to face, counting my days until it took hold. It was to save me. "I've got you, Mikey," I heard her say right from in front of me as a hand touched my face. Slowly, ever so slowly, knowing that the feeling of peace imparted through those words could be snatched away in moments, I opened my eyes. "Even when you don't, I've got you." She was smiling at me, warm and kind, the strong lines in her face forged through the years of abuse, yet still they remained kind. We embraced, tears flowing freely down my face while I sobbed for forgiveness, telling her how sorry I was, how I never wanted to hurt her, billions of confessions and pleas for my mother's mercy. "I've got you," she said again and giving me a little push now. "Go." I felt Taryn grab me by the arm, pulling me close back to the vent. Murray was shouting through, yelling at us to come through. The noise must have caught one's attention as he came marching in from around the corner, water sloshing around his feet. He had finally opened the sealed door, letting Three's floodwaters loose through the entire facility. It was rushing faster, like this brief sputters had now become a water hose. Though I couldn't see him, I could hear the drowning screams as he kept gushing water from his windpipe, as these specters around began crowding in. One was marching into view, leading them like some parade from the ninth circle of hell. He kept moving, smiling at us as he went, torso wobbling as his eviscerated body couldn't hold his spine steady. It was eerie, like a jack in a box marching on skinny, fragile legs that could snap at any moment under the weight. Looking closer, I could see one leg was already broken, foot missing and bloody stump dragging closer, leaving red water in his flooding wake. "The doors are open. You've been away too long." He was giggling, pointing at me as he laughed. I was still pulling myself towards the vents, desperately clamoring inside. "The jailer's given up. You're officially free. Free to be you, free to be me, free to have fun with all your new friends. They've been so excited to meet you. Their playthings are getting a little boring, though they've had plenty of fun reacquainting themselves." Taryn was still pulling on me, Murray's voice breaking through the cacophony of abominations heading towards us. I finally got all the way into the vent, crawling as Mom smiled behind me, watching me leave as she was lost to the crowd of undead. They began coming after us even in the vents. I made the mistake of looking back and seeing the dismembered charred arms of 5 victims crawling after us. I sped up, desperately trying to outrun the death that was following after me. I knew that they couldn't kill me, knew that I would only face a millennia of terror if they took a hold of me. I had gone too long past the point of no return. Once they got hands on me, I was theirs forever. When we got to the end, finally seeing a bit of light peeking through ahead of us, Murray was already standing there, having broken off the outer vent to get out. The sun was up and daylight was pouring in from our destination, golden rays that promised at least some sort of freedom. Electricity ran through my spine, though whether it was the gas or my own adrenaline, I don't know. Practically falling out of the vent, Taryn and I hit solid ground and felt grass in our hands. It was beautiful, one of the best things that I've ever felt. Even with bright sunlight streaming over me, causing my head to pulse with tremendous pain, the phantoms were still thumping behind us though, threatening to drag us back into hell. There wasn't much other choice than to run, all of us staggering as we desperately crashed through trees and brush to try and find some safety. Eventually, we came out to a roadside before we were swarmed. This time, not by phantoms, but by black vans, men jumping out and pulling guns on us as they threw thick cloth bags over our heads, and then tossing us into the cars. I don't know how long we drove for, not like my sense of time is anything to judge by anyway. When they eventually took us out, they still didn't take the bags off. The only way that I could tell we had entered a building was the change in sound and the blast of cold air conditioning hitting me, chilling my bones. Eventually, I was thrown into a room, Taryn alongside me. Murray was missing though, nowhere to be found. As for the room, it was like having the script flipped on us. There was a one-way observation mirror on the side, with no way for us to see what was going on. A small bathroom with a shower and toilet was in the corner, 2 cots on the opposite wall. A desk sat in the middle of the room with 3 chairs, and that was it. The 2 of us had no idea what the hell we were supposed to do now. The door opened, and needless to say, we were not happy about who had entered. Murray walked in the room, smiling at the 2 of us. "Sorry for the rough welcome, but there's still the possibility that you could leak where we are if you recognized anything. I don't mind you talking about this, but I can't have you spilling the location," he said, taking a seat on one side of the table and gesturing us to the other side. Both Taryn and I sat down hesitantly, glaring at our friend as we began to put information together in our disoriented minds. You see, nobody's going to believe what you have to say anyway. Who would, after all? Sounds like one of those bullshit internet stories the kids are obsessed with these days. "Why are we here, Murray?" I asked, looking around furtively to see if there were any phantoms following us. "What's going on?" "Oh, don't you worry, you 2 are safe," he said, smiling. "See, I took a liking to the 2 of you while we were all in that house. I told them that we could use you still, so they let me get you out." "You've been going through the same thing that we have, man. What the hell?" Taryn was asking him now, beginning to bang on the table in frustration. Her eyes were red, bloodshot from tears and the lack of sleep for God. "How long has it been?" Taryn broke down now. "Why?" "Oh, I've been getting a solid 8 hours most nights. You 2 would never find me, but I was just fine," he said. My head hurt as dots connected. Murray's lack of specters, his long disappearances. Jesus, he was the one who had left a fire extinguisher in the subject room. He knew. "You have an antidote, don't you?" I asked him, leveling a look right in his eyes that said to tell me the truth or else. "Well, of course, I wasn't going in there without one. I was just there to observe how things went down. A control." "You son of a..." Taryn began to scream, beginning to stand up and jump over the table at him. 2 guards entered the room, guns drawn and pointing at her. Despite our unfortunate immortality, she backed off, working on that basic survival instinct to stay alive. "Look, I'm not going to stay here and spill everything. I helped you guys get out of there. Now we're going to detox you from the gas and see how it goes. As far as what's happened, subjects aren't privy to experimental data," Murray stated, getting up to leave and ushering the others out. "There's a computer over there if you want to catch up on the outside. Hell, tell people what happened to you. It's not like they're going to take you seriously." He left, with me in stunned silence and Taryn raging, banging against the table in frustration. Now here I am, unsure of what to do. I thought that I wouldn't make it out of there, much less be allowed to somehow tell the story. Too bad nobody's going to believe me. Day 54. Yeah, I'm shocked by the day too. We were in there nearly 2 months, considering that the major violence started around day 10. I don't know how we got out. Neither me nor Taryn have slept yet, and we've been here for 12 hours so far by the clock on the wall. They brought us food, but I'm not hungry. Now that I think about it, I stopped eating weeks ago. I'm paranoid they're going to do the same thing as we did, dosing the food to keep us up in the absence of the gas. And now that we're somewhere without screams and the smell of death, it feels like we can think more clearly. We've talked about it, everything that happened. The best hypothesis is that sleep maintains the barrier between life and death, earth and hell, so to speak. Whether that goes at the same pace for everyone is where I feel that we've seen variances, and Taryn suggests that it may be based on life experiences. When the barrier begins to thin, all these lost lives press through the barrier, eventually ripping it and giving them access to the subject physically. We have no idea if we're right, of course, but it's all that we can draw from our time, especially considering that we're still running off the after effects of the gas. Murray hasn't spoken to us again, and honestly I don't know that he will. I don't believe that we'll ever be let out of here to see the sun again, if I'm being honest. This room feels empty compared to the crowds of bodies and limbs that were around the facility for the past month and a half. If it weren't for Taryn, I would probably feel like the last man on Earth, locked away and forgotten as everyone else got to eternally dream and slumber. Day 56. The dream states are getting worse, with even more sporadic occurrences and longer cycles. I've still not seen any phantoms, and the jailer hasn't made a reappearance. Not for me, at least. Taryn says that she's caught glimpses from the corner of her eye again. It had disappeared for her not long after it did for me, giving up hope on ever getting us back. She said that it returned last night, though. First a small shadow in the corner, pushed as far back and away from her as it could be. Since then, though, she says it has started to grow closer, though still miles away in the same room. I'm slipping out again. If anything happens, I'll update, but what's the point anymore? Day 62. She's asleep. Taryn fell asleep 2 hours ago. I thought that she had finally died somehow at first, checking her pulse in fear to see if she was still with me. It was beating strong and her breathing was now steady and deep. When I pulled one of her eyelids open, she was well into deep REM cycle, finally resting after weeks of conscious hell. The last few days, she's mentioned the jailer growing closer, coming further into view. Both of us have been comparing symptoms as we've been here, noticing that the electric feeling in her spine was fading as the figure grew closer. It wasn't so unbearable anymore, sending electric shocks up and down our bodies still, but more like a light buzz instead of a taser. A few hours ago, she had mentioned that the jailer was closer than she had seen it before. She reached her hand out, touching it, and not long after, laid down to sleep. Nothing has appeared for me. Not the jailer, not the phantoms, nothing. The electricity is still there, and I'm hoping to some kind of god that it wears off so I may be able to sleep soon. Day 70. Taryn has been sleeping regularly for the past week now. The first time when I made my last update, she had slept for nearly 20 hours straight. When she awoke, according to her, everything was bright, almost an electric vividness to the world. Since falling asleep, she hasn't seen anything. I still haven't seen the jailer return, and that's That's what leads me to my final terrifying conclusion. Day 80. They let Taryn out, though I don't know where. Maybe she's actually allowed to go back to her normal life. Could we do that at this point though? It doesn't matter. I don't have long. I know what it was now, the jailer. We've always had a name for it, tons of them actually. Morpheus, Nyx, Hypnos, Somnus. Every culture has their own version, but what it really is sleep. Sleep itself. It only wanted to save us from the hell that we made. It hasn't reappeared to me. I can't feel the electricity buzzing in my spine anymore. I've requested tests from the guard that brings in my food, and they've complied, taking me in for a brain scan. Oh please, pray that something will work for me. Dream for me, sleep for me, please, sleep. Day 85. I can see them again. Not sleep, the subjects. They're all just there. They glare at me from the shadows and corners, watching me and waiting for their chance to strike. I don't know how they got here. I don't know what they want from me. Probably to tear me apart like their victims did to them. None appear as they did in life, but as they were left in the facility. Burnt, drowned, and ripped to shreds. Everybody's here, all because of me. I don't know at this point whether it's the hallucinations or if their souls have actually come for me. As of yet, they don't seem to want to come after me. I'm sure given time that will change. Day 90. I fear that I'm done. They're inching closer, eyes fixated on me. At least the ones that have eyes. I can hear curses and screams coming from them, and one's obnoxiousness. His mocking laughter won't get out of my ears. It came back too, though. It's still faint, but it's there, I can tell. The jailer. No, that doesn't seem like the right thing to call it. It's getting closer, the cosmos making up its body, pulsating as it does. I swear in just hours it comes so close. Closer than they have. The day. She's back. Mom is here and the others have gone away. They seemed angry when she showed up, like they were told that their fun was called off. She's smiling at me though, that same smile that said it's all going to be okay. Mom just walked over to the jailer, still watching me from so close, but so goddamn far to still reach. She's taken the hand of the cosmos, smiling at me and extending her other hand towards me, reaching for mine. I don't know what may happen. I don't know if I'm just lost in my own delusion, but I think this will be it for me. I'm going to take her hand now. Goodbye. Today's episode is sponsored by Hims. You know, losing weight can feel like one of those things where everybody online claims they've got the secret solution, but most people just end up frustrated, stuck, or giving up completely. That's why weight loss by Hims stands out to me. Hims now offers access to an affordable range of FDA-approved GLP-1 medications, including the Wegovy pill and the Wegovy pen. With Wegovy at Hims, you can lose up to 20% or more of your body weight when combined with diet and exercise. It helps regulate your appetite so eating less actually feels manageable. And the best part, everything happens online. You connect with a licensed provider and if prescribed, your medication gets delivered straight to your door. No insurance necessary. Plus, you get access to lifestyle support like meal plans, recipes, fitness videos, and 24/7 messaging with your care team. You're ready to reach your goals. Visit hims.com/MrCreeps to get a personalized, affordable plan that gets you. That's HIMS.com/MrCreeps. hims.com/MrCreeps. Weight loss by Hims is not available in all 50 states. Wegovy is the registered trademark of Novo Nordisk AS. To get started and learn more, including important safety information, Wegovy clinical study information and restrictions, visit hims.com. I'm selling it, my dad said. I can buy it from you, I pleaded. I've saved up a bit of money. How is that supposed to impress me? He snarled. A kitchen porter. Is that the dream career I imagined for my son? You're 18, it's time to be an adult. So no, I don't give a crap about your money. You're not buying the Xbox for me. You're too old for video games. Yeah, my dad isn't the best, so I didn't try to reason with him. I knew the battle was over before it even began. Out of context, I might sound like a spoiled brat, but that brief snippet of conversation was one of my dad's better moments. I could talk about the time he smashed up my vinyl collection with a cricket bat because it was, and I quote, music for babies. I could talk about the time that he brandished a broken beer bottle as a weapon. Yeah, he's awful, but he's right. I'm hardly a roaring success. I would move out, but my salary couldn't buy me even a shed. Mom died a few years ago and my sister's off at university, so I have to deal with the prick on my own. Of course, that's the least of my worries. I'm terrified of the real world. No, I'm not talking about the real world. I'm talking about the video game. Oh, you haven't heard of it? Yeah, that's the weird thing. I can't find it online. I can't find it anywhere. But my dad found it. Happy birthday, he grumbled. Yesterday it was my 19th birthday. The Xbox incident was a distant memory, so you can imagine my shock when I opened the clumsily wrapped present before me and found myself looking at a PC game. You can play it on the computer in the study, my dad said. I was bewildered. For a few precious moments, I truly believed that he had had a change of heart. The next sentence shattered that naive illusion. It's supposed to teach you about life, he explained. Maybe it'll get you off your butt. He strolled to the living room and sat down on his own butt, switching on the TV. Hypocrite. But as double-edged as these swords seemed, I resolved to play the video game and force myself to enjoy it. I wanted to devote every waking hour to it, even if it were a piece of crap. I wanted to waste my life on it just to spite my father. I read the front cover of the game as I walked to the study. The real world, a simulation. It was hardly a descriptive title. The picture on the front displayed a man's black silhouette on a white background. It wasn't a vibrant graphic, but of course it had been enough to entice my duller dad. I slotted the disc into my computer's CD drive and installed the game. The main menu was a blank screen with only one button, play. There were no options for settings, help, or even basic information about the real world. A crappy 2-quid game, I mumbled to myself. I clicked play. The game had a third-person perspective and I was playing as the little silhouetted man from the cover. I found myself in a white, expansive world. Again, it was much like the image on the CD case. There were 4 different metrics at the bottom of the screen. There was a green bar with the word life beneath it, a blue bar with the word water beneath it, an orange bar with the word food beneath it, and a yellow bar with the word energy beneath it. A small text box was also displayed at the top of the screen. It read, "Welcome to the real world. Survive." The text box disappeared and some small buildings appeared on the not-so-distant horizon. Everything was black and white. The buildings were simply outlined objects. I had to admit that I was intrigued. It had an original aesthetic. Okay, I said to myself, perhaps the minimalistic game has potential. There were 3 buildings, each was a simplistic structure. The first had a sign that read, food. There were 2 long window panes and a door. Through the shop front, I could see long aisles of shelving and a man behind the counter at the back. The second building had a sign that read medical. The windows were white and didn't display its interior. The third building didn't have a sign, but the thatched roof and picket fence suggested it was my character's house. It wasn't much of a world. 3 buildings in a seemingly infinite void of whiteness. I could see myself getting bored of the game mechanics quite quickly, but I decided to give the simplistic simulation a chance. I strolled through the door of the food shop and started to browse the NPC's fine selection of digital grub. That wasn't sarcasm. There was a surprisingly extensive range of food on offer. Whenever I stood before an item of food, a small pop-up box appeared on the screen listing various details. For example, tomato pasta, ready meal, salt, high, sugar, medium, 500 calories. This game developer really wanted to create an authentic shopping experience, I thought to myself. But I went along with it because I was utterly fascinated by the minute details that the game had included. I filled up my shopping basket and walked up to the till. The cashier communicated via text box. "Good day, sir, is that all?" he asked. There were 2 options, yes or no. I picked the former. "Fantastic, the total cost of your shop is 56 tokens, he replied. "Thank you." A -56 pop-up box flashed at the top of the screen for a few seconds. I had no idea how many tokens I owned. The game hadn't mentioned anything about currency of any kind. Oh, what are tokens, I wondered, and how do I earn more? I left the shop and strolled over to the medical building. When I tried to enter the door, however, a beep emitted from the speakers, and then a text box explained. Opening hours are 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. I looked at the time on my computer. 6:14 p.m. I hadn't expected it to be a real-time simulator. Still, I was content to skip the medical center. What I really wanted was to explore my house. I sprinted to the door and swung it open. No need to lock one's door in the middle of a white, featureless expanse, I supposed. My bemused demeanor quickly vanished when I stepped inside. "What the heck?" I murmured. It was my house, my real house. With my heart pounding furiously in my chest, I explored every crevice of the outlined home. It was an exact replica, down to every last piece of furniture. Sweat poured down my face and I started to descend into a full-blown panic. I'm not one to overreact to things, but I immediately had a dreadful feeling about this game. Something about the real-life rendition of my real-life home had unnerved me. It felt like a violation, it felt intrusive, and it felt sinister. I was interrupted by a rumbling in my belly. It was time to make dinner and confront my dad about what was happening. I thought it might be a fake game that he had specifically designed to mess with me. A second before I closed the game window, I noticed something odd. A text box appeared on the screen. "You're hungry, time to unload your shopping and eat." It was a coincidence, surely. That was what I told myself at the time. Yet a bitter chill coursed through my body. I closed the game and switched off my PC. No more of that nonsense. I bounded down the stairs and strolled into the kitchen to make dinner for my dad and me. I'm the cook. That's the condition I must fulfill to live in my dad's house rent-free. I often offer to pay rent, but he always changes the topic of conversation. The man loves power, and this fake simulation game, I decided, was simply his latest power trap. It's not real. I made a roast dinner, hoping to put my dad in a good mood. He had barely seated himself before I grilled him for information. "Where did you find that game?" I asked. Some website. Are you learning some hard truths about reality?" "Dad, did you commission a custom game to be made? Like, how much did it cost?" "What the heck are you blabbering on about?" he growled. "The house is in the game. It's an exact replica of ours," I replied. I actually think it's pretty cool, fair play, thanks for going to the effort. I don't really understand the joke, my dad said. Look, just Google the name of the game, okay? Jesus, I thought kids were supposed to be tech geniuses. But make sure you wash the dishes first, I'm going to bed. And that was the end of the conversation. I was a little surprised at myself for not thinking to Google the game immediately, actually. It didn't make any difference though. There was nothing about the real world on the internet. I found an online forum that discussed all manner of dark practices, and some users suggested that veil breaking could untie my soul from this evil force. But I couldn't find anything about that practice online. I decided there was only one way to learn more. I had to keep playing. My stomach rumbled again. I had just wolfed down an entire roast dinner, but I somehow felt even hungrier. As I loaded the game, I reached for some crisps and started to munch away. I finished them and still felt hungry. The real world had picked up exactly where I had left it. No main menu, no play button. I was still in the house. My stomach groaned. It was a little more insistent this time. I felt a stabbing pain in my gut, and that pop-up window lingered on the screen telling me to feed my character. Coincidences usually make me chuckle, but this one didn't. Horrible thoughts swam in my busy mind. Horrible ideas of what might be happening to me. Ideas that would soon be confirmed. My character was still holding the bag of food. I strolled over to the fridge and selected the unload option, and then browsing the options, I chose the tomato pasta ready meal. I microwaved it for a few minutes, plated it up, and sat at the dinner table and selected the pop-up eat option. My character started to eat, and his orange food bar suddenly filled up. He drank, and his blue water bar filled up. And much to my horror, I found that my belly stopped rumbling. I suddenly felt replenished, and worst of all, I could taste the food and water in my mouth. I jolted to my feet, falling backwards and taking my desk chair with me. I lay motionless for a few seconds, and then I propped myself up on my elbows and looked up at the monitor in a state of pure terror. My body was violently shaking and my mind was starting to slip into a state of panic. What the heck is happening, I thought. What actually is happening? Another text box appeared at the top of the window. You only have 10 tokens. Would you like to earn more? The yes and no options had returned. I sprang to my feet, limbered up and took a deep breath, and I picked up my desk chair. Sitting down, I selected the yes option. The text box updated. You can complete a challenge for 1,000 tokens. Do you accept? If this digital character truly were a voodoo doll of me, I would only have 2 options. I could run out of the tokens needed to buy digital food and starve to death in real life. Or I could blindly accept the challenge and stand a chance of surviving. I chose survival. Yes. The screen blackened for a whole minute. My body clenched and my breathing quickened. I watched in sheer dread, terrified that I had broken the game and resigned myself to the fate of dying by thirst, starvation, or perhaps even sleep deprivation. I could only assume that I was linked to the doll in every way, shape, and form. The horrifying consequences of that truth only hit me when the challenge had loaded. A timer appeared at the top of the screen. 5 minutes. It started to count down. 5 minutes to achieve what exactly? My silhouetted character returned, but he was now a white figure against a black background. White outlines of shapes started to appear on the screen. I soon realized that I was faced with an obstacle course. A text box briefly flashed. Watch your health and energy. Run, time is slipping away. I didn't need to be told twice. I sprinted down the long, narrow passageway before me. It was a rather derivative and stereotypical obstacle course, but when the stakes are life and death, those cliches start to become a little more petrifying. I paused, staring at the swinging axes that blocked my path. 4 minutes 16 seconds on the timer. I didn't have time to think, I just had to act. I sprinted recklessly through the sea of rocking blades and held my breath until I safely made it to the other side. That wasn't so hard, I could do this. A watery, crocodile-filled pit lined with lily pads. Easy. I leapfrogged my way across. 3:49. I could already see the doorway with the finish above it. Just a few more obstacles. But why did I suddenly feel completely fatigued? My energy bar, it was empty. A text box popped up. You'll be penalized for moving too quickly. Suddenly my character was levitating in the air. I felt my stomach lurch and I realized that I was no longer sitting on my desk chair. My body was starting to lift into the air, and I found myself suspended a few feet above the ground. I didn't want to call for help from my father. He would have fled and never returned. And plus, for all I knew, he had purposely dabbled in some dark ritual to create the game. Instead, I bit my quivering lips so viciously that it drew warm blood, which started to trickle down my chin. A stream of tears broke through the floodgates, drenching my cheeks. I watched the character on my screen, waiting to see what horrendous fate awaited us. 3:17. To recover your energy, choose a handicap. I didn't understand the instructions, and then I saw 2 options on the screen. A. Lose 20 seconds on the timer. B. Twist an ankle. I couldn't afford to lose another 20 seconds, I was already wasting time. I stretched my hand forward, still hovering in the air but desperately wrestling with the paranormal force that had suspended me. I managed to grab the mouse and wiggle it onto the second option. Twisting an ankle would be painful, but I had a terrible feeling that it might cost my life to lose the challenge and the tokens. I clicked. What followed was the most painful experience of my life. I expected a sprained ankle. What I was actually given was a mutilated ankle. The entity which operated the game snapped my left ankle in a 180-degree rotation, leaving my foot facing the wrong direction and causing my bone to protrude through a bloody, gaping wound above my heel. I screamed at the top of my lungs. I screamed until I threw up. My dad shouted something from downstairs. I couldn't hear him over my agonized wailing. He didn't come to check on me. I collapsed into my desk chair, left leg rendered a shaking, useless mess. My character looked much the same. 2:51. Feeling faint, I placed my unsteady hands on the keyboard and pushed forwards at a much slower pace. I made it through a passage of deadly darts, and all that remained was a small stretch of hallway before the exit. 1:17. I hobbled forwards, sobbing at the blazing sensation of my left ankle, and the massive amount of blood loss, no doubt. My character was waddling at a glacial pace. 59 seconds. Suddenly the walls of the passageway started to move inwards. They were closing on my character. They were closing in on me. Not like this, I whimpered. Being compressed between 2 walls seemed like a death too excruciating to possibly imagine. 41 seconds. I was confident that I could reach the door in less than 41 seconds, but I wasn't confident that I could reach the door before being crushed to death. 30 seconds. Just a few more steps. The walls were starting to touch my character's shoulders. I couldn't move quickly enough. I could feel the pressure against my real shoulders. I started to accept my fate as pain coursed through my body. I heard cracking sounds in my joints, and I started to pull my arms inwards, attempting to save any other limbs from being mutilated. In a miraculous turn of events, the wall stopped moving. I found myself squeezing through the world's tiniest passage, but I hadn't been crushed. I was alive. 12 seconds, just a few more steps. 8 seconds, a few more. 3. I made it. With 3 seconds to spare, I reached the door. The screen faded to black, and then I found myself back in my character's house. I had never been so happy to see an award on a video game. plus 1,000 tokens. I cried joyously, frantically pulling out my phone and calling an ambulance. The rest of the night is a blur. I know that I spent it in the A&E. The problem is that I wasn't thinking clearly. I was in so much pain and I had lost so much blood. I forgot that I needed to keep playing the simulation. I'm trapped in the hospital and my left leg has been patched up, but it certainly isn't operational. I can already feel the hunger pangs. And I slept for 10 hours according to the nurse, but I'm so tired. I haven't eaten or slept in the game. I don't know how much longer I can leave my character unattended. I have two options. I get home to the real world, or I find a way to break this curse. Time is running out. I left the hospital. I couldn't avoid the real world. My character was withering away and I was following suit. Firstly, to update all of you, I tried to resolve the situation while I was in the hospital. I called my girlfriend Darcy and asked her to play the game for me. She didn't accuse me of lying, but she thought that I had hit my head and imagined the entire thing. She suggested that I get help. I said that I would do whatever she wanted, but I just wanted her to go over to my house and take care of my character. I wanted her to do it for me. Okay, I'll go to your house and play the game, but I'm coming to the hospital after work. I want to see you. I love you. That was the last thing that Darcy had said before hanging up. When she stopped replying to my text, I found myself succumbing to intrusive thoughts about awful scenarios that might have taken place. What if the game had chosen her as its new host? What if my dad caught her and hurt her? I had to go home. As I hobbled out of the building on crutches, I looked down at my left foot, which was being held together by a metal rod. Still, there was no physical evidence that less than a day prior, it had been a mangled mess. And yet I experienced a phantom sensation. My foot still felt as if it were twisted around. I still endured excruciating pain. Maybe I need to take my injured character to the medical center, I thought. The taxi driver attempted to engage in small talk about my injury, but my mind was vacant. My eyesight had become hazy and I had a throbbing headache. I was experiencing dehydration, starvation, sleep deprivation, and possibly blood loss. My character was suffering, so I was suffering. When I leapt out of the taxi, I was on the verge of passing out. I burst through the front door, ready to apprehend my dad and ask him what he had bought for me. Where did you find the game? Are you trying to kill me? I imagined the things that I would say. But my dad wasn't home. I didn't think anything of it. I was close to collapsing, and I sprinted to the study and found that the computer was still switched on. The game window for the real world was open. I slumped into my chair and hurriedly raced into action. Drink was my first move, and my throat soon felt soothed. Eat followed, and the searing pain in my stomach subsided. Then I moved my character to the upstairs bedroom and selected sleep. Though I, the real me, remained awake, I slowly started to feel revitalized. I had survived by the skin of my teeth. The knot in my chest started to loosen, if only a little. Everything in the real world happens in real time, of course, so I realized I would have to leave my character in bed for several hours. I was still drained of energy, but after an hour or so of digital sleep, I no longer felt entirely depleted. My character's energy bar was gradually filling up. I decided that it was time to figure out how to stop the madness. I had work to do. Of course, I didn't want to exert too much real-life energy, but I still wasn't exactly sure of the mechanics behind this computerized voodoo doll magic. And that was why I started to browse the internet on my phone, searching for answers. There was no time to waste. I revisited the forum that I mentioned in the first post. I found the user, Guest17, who had told me about something called veil breaking. It's the act of recovering a soul from the world of the dead. I told Guest17 that it didn't really seem applicable to my predicament. This was his exact reply. Think about it. Veil breaking allows you to move your soul between realities. It might detach you from the voodoo doll given that your soul seems to currently be tied to it. Yeah, I wasn't buying any of that. I didn't want to add more curses to the pile. That being said, it wasn't a fruitless chat. I knew that I needed some sort of magic solution, and so I asked guest 17 where he learned so much about veil breaking. And that's when he popped up in my private messages on the forum. Not everything's on Google, you know, with a link that was redacted. The link was an invitation to a Discord server called XI. I knew that it was sketchy, but I was out of options. I couldn't depend on a video game for the rest of my life. I couldn't keep completing deadly challenges, living every moment in utter dread. It had to stop. I accepted the invite. The server had 547 members, and they seemed obsessed with all manner of supernatural things. There were numerous rooms: discussion, entities, exorcisms, heart charms, navigators of the void, veil breaking, voodoo, witchcraft, 11. I immediately went to the voodoo section and explained my predicament. I know nothing about the supernatural, but it certainly seemed that somebody had made a virtual voodoo doll of me. I hope that somebody on the forum might be able to help. The first reply was a little harsh. Effigies aren't actually linked to voodoo culture, you filthy casual. Who let you onto the server? It's private. Fortunately, one of the other replies were a little friendlier. Yeah, our Ren is right, but he's also not the nicest. You're in serious danger. Technological magic is the specialty of RipRip78, message him. So I messaged RipRip78 and I waited and waited, but no reply. Around 3 p.m., 6 hours after returning from the hospital, my stomach started to rumble. Really, my character's sleeping and he ate before going to bed, I thought to myself, sighing. I looked at the game window for the real world and my jaw froze. My character's food bar was practically full. It dawned on me that I didn't just have to keep myself alive in the game. I still had to eat, drink, and sleep in the real world. I would have to survive through 2 different bodies. I stumbled into the darkened kitchen, overcome with a terrible feeling of powerlessness. How long can I keep this up? I wondered, as I eyeballed the ready meal that was rotating in the microwave. I'd have to keep performing deadly challenges to earn tokens and keep working in the real world to earn money. My manager had taken me off the kitchen rota while I recovered, but there were still real-life bills to be paid, and it seemed my dad had finally left town, so he wasn't going to be paying his way. I strolled back into the study, tucking into my bowl of macaroni and cheese. Still no reply from RipRip78. While I waited, I decided that I had to do something about the agonizing pain in my foot. It had been treated in the real world, but it still had the phantom sensation of being twisted and mutilated. I looked at the game window. My character's health bar had been depleted to the extent that it was orange in color. If I could heal him, perhaps my real-world pain would subside. It was worth a try. I decided that 6 hours of rest would be sufficient, so I tore my character out of bed. It was time to finally explore the medical building. I had to be quick. It would be shutting shortly after all. My character limped out of the front door, facing the white nothingness of the horrendous landscape. Turning to my right, I strolled over to the building beside me. This time, the door wasn't locked. I strolled through it, feeling uneasy about the potential horrors that might lie within. I had expected a local health clinic. I had expected to be told that I needed to ring and come back when I had an appointment, but instead I was faced with a bizarrely enormous hospital. There was an expansive waiting area, and it was overflowing with silhouetted NPCs. This was even more detailed than the shop. There had been jolly elevator-style music in the food store. In the medical building, however, there were sparse, dissonant piano notes playing. It filled me with both sorrow and horror in equal measure. There is something wrong with the idea of cold piano planks being chosen as the background music for a building filled with such life, even though it was artificial life. Additionally, the building, like a TARDIS, was far larger on the inside. In the center of the open-plan ground floor, there was a staircase which led up to numerous levels. Moving my character's POV upwards, I could see the interior of the hospital building, all the way up to the very top floor. The staircase zigzagged upwards. I counted 6 levels to the building. Remembering why I came, I walked over to the reception desk. I prayed for a brief break from realism. No waiting times and no need for appointments. Just let me see the doctor. And my wish was granted. The silhouetted woman spoke through text boxes, much like the cashier at the food shop. "Hello, my name's Kira. How can I help you?" "I need to see a doctor. I want to volunteer." The second option unnerved me. Volunteer to do what? I wondered. I selected the first option, obviously. "Dr. Ted will see you on the 3rd floor, room 319. That'll cost 500 tokens, thank you." Figures, I thought, watching the -500 pop-up window come and go. I strolled up the stairs, trying my best to ignore the haunting piano music that filled this eerie white, black outline building. I thought about muting the game, believe me, but 2 things stopped me. 1, I didn't want the game to penalize me again. I might not survive my next trip to the hospital. And 2, I didn't want to miss anything. For all I knew, I might miss something important if I were to mute the game. I decided to soldier onwards, weaving in and out of silhouetted doctors and civilians. When I reached the 3rd floor, I followed the numbers until I reached room 319. I strolled inside and a silhouetted doctor was waiting for me. A text box appeared. "My name is Dr. Ted. What seems to be the problem?" "I have a headache. I have a mental health problem. I severed a bone in the challenge." I selected the sadistic option at the bottom, obviously. It felt as if the game were tormenting me. It knew exactly why I had come into the medical building. I was horrified by the prospect of some intelligent entity watching my every move and terrorizing me. Another text box popped up. Let me have a look. Okay, that's an easy fix." Seconds later, the pain in my real-life ankle had subsided. My character stood upright, seemingly better. "Thank you, Archie Bolton. Come again." My blood turned to ice in my veins. I had never specified my name while playing the game. The real world knew me. I mean, of course it knew me. Why should I be so shocked by that? And yet, something about seeing my name on the screen made the curse feel so much more unbelievably frightening. The torture felt personal, I suppose. With full bars across the board, I exited room 319 and strolled over to the 3rd floor balcony that overlooked everything from the ground floor below to the very top floor. Every moment of time that I spent in the game was chilling, but I didn't see what other option I had. There had still been no reply from RipRip78 on my phone. I had to learn about the mechanics of the real world. If I could figure out the game, maybe I could beat it. And that was when I noticed something. The dissonant piano was no longer the only audible sound in the hospital. I could hear voices, shouting. I saw movement on the other side of the building. Silhouetted NPCs were dragging 2 squirming silhouettes along the 2nd floor hallway. "Where the heck are we?" a girl wailed. "Let me go," a man bellowed. I immediately recognized both voices. The girl was Darcy and the man was my dad. Unable to accept this dreadful twist in the game's vendetta against me, I found myself disassociating from everything. There was ringing in my ears as I fervently struggled to process what was happening. I scrambled for some sort of explanation, but I had nothing. I moved my characters down the stairs, exiting down to the 2nd floor, following the silhouetted figures from a safe distance. I hoped with every fiber of my being to ascertain that they were not, in fact, capturing my girlfriend and my dad. The large group of striding shadows entered a door on the right. The sign above it read, "Surgery." I burst through the doorway, throwing caution to the wind in my blind panic. Behind the door, of course, was yet another narrow hallway, and I could hear Darcy at the end of the corridor. She was bawling her eyes out. "Darcy!" I bellowed. She didn't respond, but she kept crying. I had a microphone connected to my computer, but I realized that Darcy probably couldn't hear me. The game had no settings after all. There was no option to switch a microphone on and off. I was unable to communicate. And so I watched helplessly as the 5 silhouetted NPCs dragged Darcy and my dad into an operating room on their left. I realized that long windows spanned the entire hallway, so I could see into the room. My hands froze on the keyboard and I stood and watched. The voices within the room were muffled, but Darcy was shouting at such volume that I could hear her clearly. "What have you done with us? What is this place?" she cried. "I'll kill you," my dad raged, frothing at the mouth. The 5 silent NPCs started to strap my girlfriend and my dad to 2 separate operating tables. The hospital's background music became foreground music. The slightly out-of-tune piano plinks now resonated powerfully atop the screams of the 2 victims. Even in such a desolate world of black, outlined shapes painted against a white backdrop, everything felt real. In fact, what followed was the most real thing I've ever seen. I could see one of the NPCs fiddling on a computer, as if they had transmitted a message to me. A pop-up box appeared on my screen and it read, "How should we proceed? Save them, minus 10,000 tokens. Kill them, plus 10,000 tokens. I repeatedly clicked save them, but a deafening buzzing noise sounded with every click, and the same message incessantly popped up. Insufficient tokens. Well, give me a challenge to earn some tokens then. I screamed at the screen, tears rolling down my cheeks. Another window popped up. Only the original player can operate the simulated character. Unauthorized players must face trial in the real world. Select an option. Save them, minus 10,000 tokens. Kill them, plus 10,000 tokens. I placed my face in my palms and sobbed. Truthfully, I didn't give a moment's thought for my villainous father. I was thinking of Darcy and only Darcy, the beautiful red-headed girl who radiated such warmth and vibrant color. And now she was reduced to a black silhouette, writhing on an outlined operating table. Another window popped up. Pick an option, you have 10 seconds. You won't let me pick the option that I want, I blubbered. The offer is timed out. The real world has chosen to kill them. No, I screeched. One of the figures picked up a large bucket and started pouring a white liquid with a black outline over Darcy's body. Horrifyingly as loudly as she screamed, her voice was mostly lost in the sea of piercing piano notes that seemed to be building towards a vile crescendo. As the piano played, cheapening to the very real terror that my girlfriend was enduring, I had never felt so utterly powerless and petrified. She emitted a scream that I'm sure barely began to express the grueling brutality of her suffering. As the white liquid poured over Darcy, her body started to melt, transforming before my eyes from a black silhouette into a black pool of liquid. Her final pained wail swiftly transitioned into a haunting and warbling whisper, as if she were gargling water, and she became a black, gooey liquid that trickled down the sides of the outlined operating table. I could not speak, I could not blink, I could not move. Don't you bring that near me, my dad growled. No, let me out of these restraints. Let's fight properly. And I hated him. I hated my dad more than I had ever hated anything. He bought the real world as a form of psychological torture, even if he hadn't quite anticipated the horrors that would unfold. It was his fault that Darcy was dead. Hey, my dad shouted. Who's watching us from the hallway? Is that Archie? Are you playing the game, Archie? It's your dad, help. I didn't respond. I was completely devoid of feeling for the monster in the shackles. Archie, My dad yelled, seemingly stung by my inaction. He soon showed his true colors. "You waste of space. I nearly smothered you in your sleep when you were a kid, you know. Could have crushed you like a bug. I should have done it, I should have." I locked my gaze into Darcy's liquefied body, tears stinging my eyes and dread consuming my heart as the NPC with the bucket started to pour. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw my dad melt into the same pool as Darcy. It was a gruesome sight even though I despised him. His screams rapidly dissipated. Everything was still. There was no sound other than the sinister piano melody that played ceaselessly. I wiped the tears from my eyes and looked at my screen. As I watched the NPCs, my heart started to thump frantically against the inside of my ribcage. The motionless silhouettes were facing the window. They were facing me. Pulling me back into the real world, my phone buzzed. Rip78 had replied. The figures started to exit the operating room. Petrified, I made my character run towards the hallway door and sprint onto the second-floor balcony. All of the NPCs in the medical building were immobilized. Their bodies, however, swiveled on the spot so that they were always facing me. Avoiding them, I ran down the stairs. I didn't know whether the 5 silhouetted monsters from the operating room were still chasing me, but I didn't stop to check. Hurtling across the main lobby, I weaved between the swiveling statues. They littered the waiting area and followed my every move with their empty faces. I reached the main hospital door, turned left, and tried to ignore the splitting pain in my sides. My energy bar was rapidly draining. I was surprised to find my house door unlocked, as I thought the game might lock me out and lead me to whatever twisted fate the NPCs had in mind. The second that I was inside, I closed the door and selected the lock option, and I backed towards the kitchen. Multiple text boxes started to pop up, indicating that the 5 murderous NPCs were in fact at my front door. "Let us in. Do you want to earn 5,000 tokens? Let me in. You can just let me in. Forget the others. 50,000 tokens." Feeling utterly depleted and not yet brave enough to look at Rip78's message, I moved my character to the fridge and looked inside. Nothing. It was empty. Another punishment, I assumed. Instead, I filled up a glass of water from the tap and both my water and energy bars started to replenish. But I was still so hungry. And then a window popped up. For the sake of realism and immersion, certain food items are kept outside of the fridge. Suddenly, there was a bouncing arrow over the fruit bowl on my character's dining table. There were still some pixelated apples inside. I ran over, selected eat, and breathed a sigh of relief as the ache in my gut began to ease. Another pop-up window appeared. "Uh-oh, it looks like your fruit might be moldy." As my character bent forwards and started to projectile vomit a black substance, I felt an unsettled grumble in my real-life stomach. Ah, crap. I expected vomit, but I should have known that the grueling simulation would have something much more sickening in store for me. I bent forwards, mirroring my character's position, feeling a blazing sensation in the back of my throat. I projectile vomited a thick black gooey substance that looked identical to the one my character had just produced. Knees knocking together as I trembled in terror, a second wave of black vomit, thick in consistency, flew from my mouth. This time, something horrific was moving in the black substance that was coating my computer desk. Caterpillars. Hundreds and hundreds of caterpillars wriggling and drowning in the thick, unidentifiable black bile that surrounded me. They had come out of me. Screaming at the terrifying sight before me, I was even more horrified to see the caterpillars slowly morph into black goo, much like my dad and Darcy. They became one with the evil substance that was dripping from my desk. The creatures unleashed a tiny chorus of haunting wails as they melted. As far as I know, caterpillars don't wail, but the real world doesn't exactly abide by the laws of nature. Whether in the game or reality, I was taunted by another pop-up message. Whoops, Just like the real world, you can't always trust fruit. Looks like some hungry little caterpillars found their way into your apples. With my sleeve, I wiped the repulsive bile from my lips and finally picked up my phone. I opened Discord. A message from RipRip78. Firstly, don't delete the game. It needs to be destroyed with a ritual. We're not just trying to destroy the effigy, we're trying to sever the connection. I read your message and I'm sorry for the late reply, but I've spent the last few hours developing a game extension for you. It's essentially a virus. Put the attachment in the main folder for the real world. I know you shouldn't download files from a stranger, but you don't really have a choice. Time is not your friend. You're gonna have to trust me. The file was called ritual.gc. I asked him about the file extension. I'm not a tech whiz, but I've never seen the GC file type before. It's gray code. Take a look in the folder for the real world. I did. The real world, index.gc. That was the only file in the folder, so naturally, I asked him about gray code. It's evil stuff. Probably the worst kind of tech magic. I would rather not talk about it. You should not mess with it. I've only ever programmed something in gray code once. Well, I guess that I've now done it twice. Yeah, I don't know whether that ritual.gc file can help, but your dad didn't tell you anything about where he found the game or who made it. With the knowledge that I have at my disposal, this is the best that I can do. I downloaded the file and put it into the folder. Okay, I developed a 2-part ritual in gray code. It's based on stuff I read about destroying physical voodoo dolls, so let's hope that it works for digital ones. Within the game, when you've installed my extension, you're going to cleanse your character with fire, and then you're going to cleanse it with water. You won't have much time to complete the ritual. The entity is going to fight hard to keep you as its host. The next pop-up window read, "Extension has been successfully installed. Cheat code detected. Penalty for seeking help outside the simulation. Break a leg, minus 10,000 tokens. Lose an eye, plus 100,000 tokens." I didn't have 10,000 tokens, and the game knew that. I told RipRip78, hoping that he would be able to help me. Ignore its demands, focus on the ritual. The installation of my extension must have actually worked. I told you that the game wouldn't give up without a fight. Just keep going. You should see the golden doorway that I created. Has it appeared? Another pop-up window. Do not enter. Suddenly a pixelated golden doorway appeared in the middle of the kitchen. I was a little mesmerized by the sudden burst of color on my screen. The door oozed with warmth in the midst of that barren black and white outlined environment. Finally, I had found a slim spark of hope in the heart of such a dismal place. My joy was short-lived, however, as the next text box violently displayed itself. Offer is timed out. You do not have 10,000 tokens, so the real world has selected the only available option. Congratulations, you're about to earn 100,000 tokens. Lose an eye plus 100,000 tokens. My body clammed up. Flooded with a feeling of revulsion, I started to notice a sensation at the back of my retina. It was a prodding sensation, as if somebody were gently tapping a ball with a snooker cue. The gentleness quickly transformed into a brutish thumping. I wailed in agony, clutching at my left eye with both hands and trying to stop it from being forcefully removed from its socket. I could feel an excruciating tearing sensation. My phone was pinging with messages from RipRip78, but I was flailing wildly on my desk chair, futilely striving to save my eye. I felt something warm trickle down my hands, blood. It started to trickle down my face too. Over my piercing screeches of agony, I could barely hear the squelching noise of my eye being peeled from its home. Eventually, there was an unimaginable painful tug, and my left eyeball was suddenly in my hands. Half of my vision was gone. I tentatively lowered my palms, and my eyeball cascaded into them. It swam in a murky river of blood which was fed by a waterfall from my eye socket. I looked at the monitor with my remaining eye and saw my character clawing at his face in horror. I didn't think the silhouettes had eyes to lose, but perhaps I was wrong. Another pop-up. Would you like emergency medical care to stop the bleeding for minus 100,000 tokens? Twitching in a mixture of pain and shock, I shakily moved the mouse over to yes and clicked. The dripping from my eye socket abruptly halted. Something had stemmed the bleeding. I didn't dare look for a mirror to see how it looked. I thought that I might pass out. Tell me what's happening. You need to go through the door. The entity will be trying to destroy my code. I don't know how much time you have. I didn't need to be told again. I started to move my character toward the doorway. The game hurled numerous pop-up windows at me, obscuring my character's POV. All of your tokens have been deducted. Minus 50 energy, stop, you need to rest. You will be penalized. Pushing forwards as Rip78 had instructed, I flew through the golden door. The chaos ceased. The pop-up windows vanished and the metrics at the bottom of my screen were suddenly full again. I found myself in a pitch-black void lit by a circle of 11 pixelated candles. They ever so slightly illuminated my silhouetted character, who was mostly submerged in the darkness of the endless, empty landscape. Alright, right, you're in the room I created. I included some code to keep your bars full for a little while, but we need to be quick. Pick up one of the candles and set your character on fire. This should, if I've developed it properly, cleanse your effigy. The game will no longer have a link to the inside of your real body. I immediately moved my character over to one of the candles. The option, Set Self Ablaze, appeared. But before I had a chance to click anything, a window abruptly popped up. Penalty. Without any instructions or offers, the toll was extracted. My left wrist suddenly snapped backwards and I yelped in pain, and one meager tear trickled from my remaining eye. I had nothing left to give. Even the horrifying torture was no longer evoking powerful reactions from me. I was gradually fading into the icy embrace of death. My left hand was flopped backwards over my wrist. I was completely incapacitated. I don't need it, I weakly thought to myself. As I continued moving my mouse with my right hand, I clicked on the option to Set Self Ablaze. My character combusted in less than a second and I winced, preparing myself to meet the same fate in real life. But I didn't. I was fine. I didn't feel the scorch of fire against my skin. And within moments, the inferno had extinguished, as had the 11 candles which encircled my character. He was no longer drowning in the darkness. My black silhouetted effigy was now a white silhouette. Good, it should be white. That means the first step of the ritual worked. You've severed the tie between your insides and the doll's insides, but we can't stop there, you're still connected. Your character has been reduced to a shell, but its outer body still has a connection to you. The game can still hurt you from the outside. Give me your address, I need to call an ambulance for you. Your injuries sound serious. When this is over, you'll need help. As if the real world had read Rip78's message, another window suddenly displayed itself on the screen. Complete challenge for 1 million tokens. I didn't even have any options to choose. The window simply disappeared, replacing itself with one that read, You selected a yes. The black landscape reverted back to the white one which I was so familiar with. My white silhouette had a black outline, much like the objects that were now forming across the game's environment. That means it's rewriting part of my code. The lake should be safe for now, I protected it. However, time is slipping away from us. This is the last part of the ritual. Enter the lake, cleanse your character, and it should safely disintegrate, severing your tie with the game once and for all. That was all well and good, but Rip78 couldn't see what I could see. A maze was starting to build itself before me, and I had a feeling that the real world was concealing a lake right at the heart of it. This was the challenge. And don't trust the game, it doesn't want you to reach the lake. It wants to keep you trapped forever. I ignored Rip78's warning and pressed forward into the labyrinth of threats that I was sure awaited me. Sprinting down a long tunnel, I entered the white, featureless maze. I had no idea which way to turn, but the game had a sadistic solution for that. The correct route will now be highlighted, and obstacles and dangerous routes will be activated. I sobbed in terror, looking at my broken wrist and tenderly raising my right hand towards my mangled left eye. There were 2 passageways before me, and spikes suddenly protruded from the floor and walls on the right-hand route. Drawing a deep breath, I started to move my character toward the left passageway, but then I stopped. What had Rip78 said? Don't trust the game. I realized that it wanted me to avoid the dangerous route. It wanted me to take the safe one. Looking down at my real-life feet, I felt my lip quiver in fear. This is going to hurt, I whispered to myself. I seized my last shred of bravery and charged along the right-hand route. The spikes were small, but they were sharp. Each step inflicted a new wound in my skin, bombarding me with waves of searing pain in the nerve endings of my feet. I could feel a puddle of blood starting to form across the study floor, but I didn't look down. My eyes were firmly fixated on the game and the challenge ahead. Reaching the end of the spiked passageway, I cried from a mixture of relief and horror. With renewed confidence and purpose, I pushed forwards. The next dangerous correct route was filled with the slithering pixelated outlines of small snakes. A pop-up window appeared. Take the safe path to avoid a penalty. I ignored it and ran through the narrow tunnel of hissing snakes. Weaving my character in and out of them, I believed that I might actually make it through the passage unscathed, but I was wrong. I screamed out in pain. One of them bit me. It didn't actually hurt as much as the spikes, but I had been psychologically prepared for those. I hadn't prepared myself for the possibility of being bitten. My character hopped from side to side in pain, and I let out a long exhale, deciding to keep moving. But the game informed me of something dreadful. Whoops, that snake was venomous. It looks like you need to administer an antidote within the next 60 seconds. I was feverish, and I had a feeling that it was nothing to do with the wave of fear coursing through my veins. Something else was coursing through my body. Buy an antidote, minus 1 million tokens. Sacrifice a friend, plus 0 tokens. A black silhouetted figure fell from the top of the screen, landing on the floor before my character. A voice started to sound over the speakers. Archie, the man's voice cried. It's Steve, I mean Rip78. God, I need your help, man. If you type the following sequence on your keyboard, you can override this hex. X9B. But his talking ceased. Steve's pleas continued, but they were reduced to muffles, as if the game had sealed his mouth or simply turned down his volume. Before I had a chance to act, the game chose for me. You do not have any tokens. You have chosen to sacrifice Steve. I didn't know whether I could live with another death on my conscience. Filled with terror, I begged the malevolent game to reconsider. Wait, I yelled. May I choose to not receive an antidote? There is a pause as Steve's silhouette squirmed on the floor of the maze, pinned down by some invisible force. The game presented another text box. Death is not an option. You have chosen to sacrifice Steve. Was he a friend? I mean, I didn't know him, not really, but I had heard his voice. He had fought to save my life, and he certainly felt like a friend, and his death was a truly harrowing spectacle. Steve's silhouetted body wriggled on the ground, and his arms and legs were plucked quickly and cleanly from his torso, as if some demented psychopath were butchering a microscopic ant in the playground. Without the antidote, I was starting to fade. Maybe that was a blessing. It meant that I barely registered as Steve's final, torturous moments of life. His screams, though muted, were deafening. His torso and head were all that remained of his body, and the invisible force hoisted his squirming, mutilated, pixelated form into the air, presenting it to me as his movement slowed. His screams started to quiet. Seconds later, he was still and silent. Payment has been received. Antidote has been administered. I was alive, but barely. It was still impossible to ignore the pain in my eye socket, wrist, and feet. Everything was throbbing, but I couldn't quit. The death couldn't be meaningless. I wouldn't let that happen. I turned a corner and I saw it. The lake. A blue pool with a black outline, much like the golden doorway it shone vividly in the heart of that lifeless landscape. There was an empty passageway leading towards it. The entity became desperate. Turn back. I didn't listen. I strolled onwards, but one final text box stopped me before I reached the lake. Resurrect Darcy for 0 tokens. Veil breaking is a free bonus feature of this incredible simulation. Her soul can be retrieved from beyond the veil. My heart pounded ferociously. I closed my eye and saw Darcy's face. Her luscious red hair, her pure smile, and then I saw something else. The dripping black liquid to which she had been reduced. I thought of Rip 78's message. Don't trust the game. Screw you, I whispered. On the verge of passing out from a mixture of traumatic stress, pain, and excessive blood loss, I moved my character forwards, striding into the lake. A piercing synth note rang through the speakers, pummeling my eardrums. I'm not sure what caused it, but it sounded as if the game itself were crying in agony. I ignored it, continuing to stride into the watery pool before me. I submerged my character beneath the surface of the lake and the synth screeched, faded away. His black outline slowly started to break up in the water, and the white silhouetted body faded. In a matter of moments, there was nothing left of the effigy. I collapsed to the floor from my desk chair, barely clinging to life, and I realized that it might have been pointless. I was free, but I might still die. Screw it, I groaned, hoisting myself back onto my desk chair. You're dying with me. One last pop-up appeared. Don't do it, you'll never be free. You'll always belong to the real world. I closed the game window, reaching beneath the desk. I pressed the eject button on the CD drive. Picking up the disc that had caused untold suffering over the past 24 hours, I was overcome with a feeling of dread. Oh, what if it kills me? Before I had a chance to reconsider, I squeezed the disc in my right hand, and it snapped. But that wasn't enough. I had to burn it. Fire cleanses everything, Steve said. I reached for the lighter on my desk, my dad's lighter. Yeah, thanks, you idiot, I muttered. Flicking it on, I held the tiny flame to the disc. It scorched the label a little, but it wasn't sufficient to burn through the plastic. I practically crawled into the kitchen, grabbed a half-empty bottle of vodka from one of my late-night drinking sessions. Man, it seemed like a lifetime ago, and I drenched the disc in it. I looked at the microwave. Now there's an idea, I mumbled. I opened the microwave door, threw the disc inside, and added a little more vodka for good measure, and I looked at the lighter. I didn't want to reach my one working hand in there and burn it. I set an envelope on fire, threw it into the microwave, and slammed the door shut. Flames started to roar within the enclosed space, but it wasn't good enough. I turned the microwave on. It's safe to say that carnage ensued. I remember crackles and bangs, and I remember smoke. I don't remember much else because my eyesight started to fade and I fell to the kitchen floor. I do remember hearing sirens though, ambulance sirens. I woke in a hospital bed. The staff were concerned to see me again, of course. There had been no sign of my father, and I had been to the hospital with severe injuries 2 times in the space of a day. My dad was no stranger to domestic abuse charges, so I let the hospital staff and the police draw their own conclusions. It was harder to lie to Darcy's parents. They told me that she had gone missing and asked whether she had contacted me. The coincidental timing of my hospital trip wasn't lost in them, but no charges were ever pressed. I don't think they truly believed that I would ever do anything to her. I think they're still hoping that their girl is coming home. Right now, I'm lying in a hospital bed typing this story. My left eye socket is bandaged, so I'm relieved I don't have to see the mess beneath it. My left wrist has been fitted with a metal rod to match the one in my left ankle. This morning, I asked one of the paramedics whether the disc had been destroyed. She said the entire microwave had been destroyed. That sounds promising to me. I don't think I'll ever find out where my dad bought the real world. I want to know, I want to find whoever sold it to him. But right now I'm back on the XI Discord. In honor of Darcy and Steve, I'm looking for answers. Is it all over? I think so. But still, every time I feel the pang of hunger or I start to yawn, I can't help but shudder at the slight possibility that I'm still tied to that horrifying game. And today's episode is sponsored by Brooklyn Bedding. I've realized the older I get, the more sleep affects literally everything. If I get a bad night of sleep, I feel it all day. Low energy, brain fog, just completely drained. So having a mattress that actually supports good sleep has become a huge deal for me. That's one of the reasons that I've been loving Brooklyn Bedding. What stood out to me is that they actually make their mattresses in their own factory in Arizona. No weird middleman markups and no gimmicks. Just high-quality materials and real craftsmanship. You can tell they actually care about building something that lasts. And I'm somebody who sleeps hot, and so I appreciate that Brooklyn Bedding uses cooling materials designed to help regulate temperature through the night. Plus, the mattress is genuinely supportive without feeling stiff, which makes a massive difference if you wake up with back or neck tension. They also offer a 120-night comfort trial. You can actually sleep on it and decide if it's right for you without the pressure. Go to brooklynbedding.com and use my promo code MrCreeps at checkout to get 30% off site-wide. This offer is not available anywhere else. That's brooklynbedding.com, promo code MrCreeps for 30% off site-wide. Support our show and let them know that we sent you after checkout. brooklynbedding.com, promo code MrCreeps. An elevator stands alone in the depths of the woods. The sound of its low, electric hum grows steadily louder. It's subtle at first, but it rises to join the soft crunches of the sticks and ferns beneath our feet. The tiny, fine hairs on the back of my neck raise up in response. There are no birds now, no insects, just the crunch and that soft, steady hum. The elevator stands as a steel obelisk in the center of a small clearing. Pine needles litter the ground. They are illuminated in faint blue and neon green from the elevator's two small lights in the darkness. There are no buildings anywhere near here, nothing urban or man-made, just endless dark forest, leaves, pine, and this elevator. The doors are closed and there's a single shiny silver button embedded into the frame. I come to a stop, anxious, but trying not to show it. James and Maya stop too, though James steps the closest. Ever the bravest, ever the dumbest. He takes another step and then another, and places his hand on the elevator door. He turns around to grin at us, the side of his face illuminated in the green glow. "It's warm," he says quietly, his grin widening. "Are you guys ready?" Are we ready? What seemed like a great idea in the middle of the afternoon now seems foolish and dangerous. Hell, scary too. I'll admit it. I glance over to Maya. I'm not going to be the one to suggest that we chicken out, but if she brings it up, well, then I'll back her. I silently hope that she says something, but she does not. She only shifts silently from foot to foot, and James takes our silence as a response. He turns back to the elevator and presses the button. For a moment, nothing happens. I realize that I'm holding my breath and we wait, and we listen. A soft whirring joins the rumble beneath the ground. An LED X appears above the elevator's doors on a dusty screen, and then it quickly changes into a -4. And then -3, -2, -1, and 0. With a soft ding, the elevator doors slide open, revealing a pretty standard inner compartment inside. We look back into our own faces in the mirror that covers the elevator's back wall. Behind us is the illusion of the eternal forest. James claps his hands and breaks the tension. Okay, ladies, here we go. We going down. James, Maya murmurs, I don't know about this. This thing could go anywhere. He sighs. Oh, don't go back on me now, girl. It's okay, we'll all be together. We'll just go down, check it out, take some pictures. Maybe a video for YouTube. Maya says nothing and James turns to me. Indy, come on, set her straight. I'm down, James, obviously, but we should for sure all stick together. I'm not leaving Maya behind if she wants to stay. James rolls his eyes. He presses the button again to prevent the elevator doors from closing. Waiting for us to make a move and seeing that we aren't, he takes it upon himself to stride right into the elevator compartment and then turns to face us, folding his arms. Let's go already, he says, beckoning us in. I take a step towards him and my foot crunches in the leaves. James, just wait for a second. But he only grins. The door slides shut and he vanishes from sight. I jump forward and repeatedly press the elevator button to try and reopen the doors, but I'm too late. For God's sake, man, I mutter angrily, looking up to the LED display above the doors. They flicker and change from 0 to -1, slowly through to -2, where the display then blinks and cuts out. Indy, what do we do? Maya asks me as I reach into my pocket for my phone. Straight away, I try to call James' number, but he declines it. That boy. I fume quietly in the glow of the elevator, thinking, alright, while he obviously wants us to follow him down, let's just wait for him to come back up. He'll get bored without the attention. Sure, Maya says. Yeah, that's a good idea. So that's what we do. Not very exciting, but we just wait in the darkness, checking our phones, trying to send text messages. But 5 minutes pass, and then 10, and then 20, and then 30. Maya stirs. This isn't working, is it? He's not going to come back up. Hell, what if he's in trouble? I bite my lip. She's giving voice to my own thoughts. We're going to have to go down, aren't we? Yeah, she replies. Dang it. I pocket my phone and brush my hair back from my face. Alright, then let's get it over with. And be prepared for him to do something stupid like jump out at us. I reach forward and I press my finger against the button. Now that I actually have time to think, I realize that James was right. It does feel kind of warm. The whirring beneath the ground resumes and I feel the subtle buzzing and a murmuring through my body as I wait for the doors to open. The LED at the top of the elevator reappears. It changes through the numbers until it reaches 0, and with that same soft ding, the elevator doors slide steadily open, and we once again look back into our own faces in the mirror's reflection, with the endless shadows of the forest leading away behind. Well, here we go then, I mutter in a voice that fails to project. I step forward first and Maya follows, and together we head inside the compartment. Which floor did James go down to? There's a pause. I don't know, it wasn't the first one. Was it -2 or lower? Damn it, I don't remember either. Well, try -2 first then. My heart has begun to pound, but I do my best to ignore its beating as I reach to the buttons on the wall to my left. I tap the -2 and the doors draw slowly shut with a soft hiss. For a moment, there is nothing. I can feel Maya's nervous energy right beside me, and then we both jump as the elevator jolts and begins its descent, the whirring sound coming from all around us now. Down we go. down to -1. It's clear that the elevator has significantly picked up speed, but we're not dropping through levels as quickly as I had thought we would. How deep down are we going exactly? I look around me. There's not much going on in this compartment. There's the mirror, the shiny chrome walls and doors, the buttons, and a little compartment beside them. I peer closer to read the small text written on the grid's label. Do not open or engage prior to adequate shutdown. Risk of fire. Max weight 2,000 pounds. The elevator drops down to -2. It whirs and grinds as it draws to a halt, and I hold my breath as I wait for the doors to open up. There's the hiss and the world beyond the doors reveals itself. It takes my eyes a moment to adjust. The hall before us is vast and long, wide with high-up, heavy pipeline ceilings, and clinical if rather dank-stained walls that lead away through shadow and beneath the dim glow of gently humming fluorescent lights. They look old and some are cracked and flickering. Some of the beams don't seem to work at all. "Whoa," Maya murmurs. "This is spooky as hell." "James," I hiss, leaning out from the elevator doors and into the darkness. "Are you out there?" But there is no reply. I sigh and bring my hands up to my chin, and then I set out into the hall looking back at Maya. Come on, let's go and find him." She says nothing but pales as she steps out from the elevator to join me. Once she's done this, the doors were quietly closed. I shiver, but I set off into the hall, tensed and waiting for James to jump out at us at any moment. I hope that he will, to tell the truth. Then we can laugh and put this behind us and just get the hell out. But James does not appear. "What the hell is this place, Indy?" Maya asked me. "Some kind of bunker, you think?" "I don't know," I reply as I cast my eye down long, off-shooting corridors leading away into the shadows, and marked with long strips of crisscrossing tape. "Condemned," they read. "Do not enter." There are plenty of old wooden boxes stacked up against the walls, and areas of the surrounding space look to have been sealed away with metal shutters, seemingly locked up tight. "James!" I call out again a little bit louder, trying to keep the fear from shaking my voice. His name echoes down and away into the gloom. And as I'm looking around, I catch sight of something moving, something up high against the ceiling. I recoil in sudden horror, my breath caught in my throat for a second as I stagger away from the movement, and Maya jumps in turn at my sudden motion. Something seems to be shivering up by the ceiling, roughly the size of, I don't know, a cat maybe, tucked up against the wall by a leaky pipe. "The hell is that?" I mutter, heart beating as Maya steps up to my side. I tap on the flashlight to my phone and raise it up to get a better look, and the light reveals a quietly pulsating, deathly-looking mass. A fungus, I guess, or a cluster of fungus, gray-green with specks of black. I watch it as it trembles for a second or two longer, and then it falls back into hesitant, waiting stillness. I squint and lean a little closer, not too close, mind you. I dread to think of the spores such a monstrosity might produce. I realize further that there are tiny twitching little worms that seem to be burrowing their way between the various bulbs and bulges of the cluster, although I'm not sure if they're worms at all, or just minute, quietly squirming little tendrils. I don't consider myself very squeamish, but I have to suppress a sudden gag and I take a step back. "Indy," Maya murmurs, and I turn to her. She's stepped a few feet away and is facing the opposite direction. "Do you see that thing?" I ask her. "I've never seen anything like it. There's probably more around here too." But Maya isn't even looking this way anymore. She stood beside what looks like an old power box, staring down at the ground beneath the flickering light. "What?" I ask her, walking over. But she puts out an arm to stop me from going too far. And I'm glad she did. Looking down at the ground past her feet makes my stomach drop. Behind the power box, the floor just gives away. It isn't immediately obvious due to the overlapping, flickering pattern of shadows, but the floor cracks away into an enormous hole, an entire missing section of flooring, and rusted old iron girders and broken grids are visible now. Down it goes, down past more dripping pipes and dead hanging cables, down into the void. I become aware of a subtle rumbling coming up from this gap in the floor, coming up from beneath. From the far down darkness, I catch a glimpse of another cluster of fungus too, attached in an arc around one of the pipes. I shiver and lift my head to face back down the corridor. "James!" I call out one quickly last time, before I can psych myself out. "James, we're heading back up. This isn't funny and we'll see you back on the surface." But as ever, there is no response. I grab Maya's hand and turn back the way we came, back to the elevator doors, and she does invite me. The doors, though, they're so far away and I can barely even still see them through the shadows. Did we really come so far? I could have sworn that we barely walked more than a few dozen feet down the hall. But no, they're a long way away. I increase my pace and Maya does likewise. I cast a quick look behind me at the fungus up and against the ceiling, and to my dismay it looks like it has resumed its shivering in the shade. I start moving faster still, long strides, and my breathing quickens. The faint blue-green lights of the elevator doors become visible, and we break into a run. Side by side we tear down the hall, one of my shoes landing squarely on a piece of strewn, ooze-marked paper, and it's sent up into the air as I race towards the doors. I can't even tell you why I'm running in truth. I just feel it in my gut that something is terribly wrong and that we need to get out. The doors approach, closer and closer, and we stumble to a chaotic halt as my finger is slammed up against the button, again and then again. We hear the thing whirring into motion behind the doors, and I cast a fearful look back over my shoulder and down into the hungry darkness of the hallway. Come on, I mutter, until at last the doors grind steadily open and we jump right inside. "Back to the surface," Maya asks. "Yeah, let's go back to the top and just think about what to do," I reply, thumbing the button for 0, and the doors draw dutifully closed. For a moment there is silence, and then it begins its ascent. Up, through the underground layers. I watch, blood pumping, as the LED display finally changes from -2 to -1. But here, the elevator quickly decelerates. "What's happening?" Maya hisses, and then, with a hiss of its own, the elevator comes to a stop and the doors draw open, unbidden at level -1. As the doors part, we find ourselves staring back at ourselves. There is only a wall between the elevator doors here, a giant glass mirror. And there we are, staring into our own faces. The mirror before us reflects the mirror behind us and creates the illusion of a dark and never-ending tunnel, leading away in both directions. A dark tunnel with Maya and I at the center. And we stand in terrified silence, and the lights cut out. There is only the sound of our ragged breathing for a long, long moment, and when the lights flicker back into life, there is somebody else in the mirror, somebody standing just behind us. A young woman staring back at us from the glass with lidless eyes, her skin deathly white, translucent even, and is peeled away completely from around her wide and bloodshot eyes. "Please," she whispers, and Maya screams in alarm. She screams and panics and attacks the buttons on the side of the elevator in a frenzy, but I cannot move. I never would have thought that I would react like this, but here I am, stock still and frozen in place, unable to tear my gaze from the gaze of the woman in the mirror. She disappears from view as the elevator doors hiss closed, and motion resumes as we find ourselves once again going down. Down, 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 back down to the depths of the complex below. The elevator descends down through the complex. The motion is quick, but the LED's transition from -1 to -2 is slow. I finally gather enough inner strength to move and turn to look at the spot behind me, where the spectral woman had appeared. But she isn't there now. There's only Maya and myself. I become aware that Maya is still screaming. I shoot my eyes back up to the LED. We're still descending. -2 flickers away and is gradually replaced by a -3. The elevator decelerates and then finally it stops entirely. There's a soft ding and a hiss, and the doors part. "Jesus!" comes a voice from the gloom, and Maya is startled out of her panic. She looks like she's going to pass out. The voice is James. "James!" I manage breathlessly, stepping out from the elevator on shaking legs towards him. Equal parts relief and frustration. "You idiot! What the hell are you playing at?" "Oh, hey, wait," he says suddenly, jumping past me and putting his hand on the elevator door, preventing it from closing. The doors jam and clank and he breathes a sigh of his own relief. "Sorry guys," he says apologetically. "I came down here to try and scare you, but the buttons don't work on this floor. So the doors closed shut behind me and I couldn't get them to open again." He chuckles. "I was freaking out for a while, I'm not gonna lie. You girls took your damn time." I smack him on the arm. "Ow," he says. "Hey." "Stupid asshole. Never do anything like that again." "Alright, geez." He looks over to Maya. "Maya, you okay?" Maya only stares ahead shaking. She does, however, pull the boy into a hug, which surprises him. "Okay," he says. "Let's just get out of here, shall we?" "I don't think that we can," I reply. The elevator doors try to shut again, but James's hand keeps them in place. "Don't think we can." "No," I reply. "James, there's something messed up going on down here. I don't know what exactly, but I think we might need to look for another way out." Maya and I tried getting back to the surface and well, I explained the ghostly woman. The woman with the skin and flesh peeled away from her eyes. The woman who only appeared in the mirror on level -1, and how the elevator wouldn't take us up any higher. James laughs nervously. "What the hell?" He looks back to Maya and he sees the truth in her face. "She was right there," Maya says quietly. "Right there behind us." "So she was what? You're telling me that you saw a ghost?" "I don't know what we saw. I think she was only in the mirror, a trick maybe, an illusion or something clever, like a hologram I guess. But she looked real enough. We both saw her, and the elevator didn't go back to the surface." I hold out my palm and I look down at my hand as James considers this. My fingers are still trembling. Maya is convinced the girl was a genuine ghost, a spirit of some kind, and she starts babbling to James as I turn and take in our new surroundings properly for the first time. Where floor -2 was a wide and abandoned hall, a warehouse of sorts, this level is far higher tech. The lights seem more reliable down here, though there aren't as many of them. They glow and hum softly in faint shades of teal and turquoise, and they cast the desks and panes of aesthetic wall-like glass all around us in an eerie, watery light. There are computers down here too, desk chairs, some tipped onto their sides, cabinets, and further down the corridor is what looks like some kind of water feature, though the water no longer runs. Many of the desks still boast subtle blinking lights in orange and yellow. "Okay," James says after a minute of thought. "Okay, if you're saying that we can't get back up via the elevator, then we'll just have to find another way out, right?" "Right," I reply. and he gestures for me to hold the elevator doors. I do so as he walks over to a nearby desk, grabbing 2 of the chairs and dragging them over, wedging them into the elevator to prevent the doors from closing. "Is that going to be enough?" I ask, and after a moment of hesitation, he decides to drag over an entire desk too, grunting with the exertion. "Just in case," he says as he catches his breath. But satisfied that the doors are now not going to shut on us, we set out as a trio into the shadows. "So," I say, "did you do any exploring down here while you were stuck?" "Yeah," James replies. "I didn't find any stairs or anything, but there's a load of more corridors this way. It all seems interconnected. Like there's no doors or anything, just walls and glass and cables and shit." "Do any of the computers work?" "I couldn't get any of the screens to load. Oh, but hey, check this out." He takes a slight detour and pushes past some strewn around office chairs and points at one of the computers. Not the monitor, but the actual boxy computer itself. "Check it." I look and then recoil. It's that same fungus again. There is a tipped over, presumably split coffee mug on the top of the computer, and it has now been bound to the machine with a series of throbbing, green and gray oozing masses and thin crawling tendrils. The grids and panel of the computer are bulged, warped and cracked where the fungus is clearly expanded from the inside. Black ooze leaks down the side from the fans and over the desk. I think it's black at least. It's hard to tell the color in this light. "That's revolting," Maya murmurs. "It's the same as the fungus upstairs." I say to both of them, "This stuff is dangerous. Look and see how it reacts to the sound, to our voices. It's moving." It's certainly pulsating now at least, throbbing more violently. Come on, we shouldn't be so close to it." "No, it's not gonna hurt us," James remarks. But after a moment of hesitation, he does as I say, and we continue on along our way. "It might, James," says Maya. "You know, spores and stuff." To this, James says nothing. We walk for quite a long time, 20 minutes or so, passing near identical rooms with occasional control panels. We see dead screens and quietly blinking computers. Glass containers, some intact, some cracked and smashed. Some of these containers contain samples of the fungus. We discuss what we've seen as we make our way through the darkness, primarily the ghost in the mirror. "So, if she was real, if, I say, then what was she? What do we think?" "She's a ghost," Maya says with certainty. "She was more than a projection. I could feel her. I could feel her presence in the elevator. She was cold and sick." "You guys swear that you're not just messing with me, right? Like for real?" James asks again, but he is met only with grim silence, and he does not ask for a third time. What the hell happened down here? I wonder aloud. This place is just so deserted. Like everybody tried to leave in a hurry. And what's the deal with this layout? "No doors," says Maya. "No signs. No damned emergency exit signs and no stairs." James grunts, kicking over a chair in frustration. "Hey, chill out." But I forget. James was down here far longer than we were. He's already spent an hour or more of his night looking for an exit before we even showed up. "Where's the way out?" He barks and then louder. "Hello, is anybody there?" "James," Maya hisses, pushing him. "Be quiet." "Why?" he responds, and Maya doesn't have to answer for him. She only shrugs and looks away. I get why she said it though. The loudness of his voice makes me cringe in a place as quiet and slumbering as this, but I can't put into words why that is exactly. "Hello?" James shouts again, throwing out his arms, but there is no response. His voice echoes away into the turquoise gloom, and he rubs a hand across his forehead. With a sigh, he slumps down into the nearest seat and stares off into space. "I'm sorry, guys," he says quietly. "This was a mistake. I shouldn't have come down here." "It's all right," Maya murmurs. "Come on," I say. "Let's just get this done. Let's try one of these corridors." "But we've been walking in basically a straight line. If we go off course, how are we going to find our way back?" asks Maya. "Look, let's just make something we'll recognize. Here, help me stack these chairs together." We push a small group of chairs into a pile, a shape that we'll be able to see and find and try heading off down a new route. At first, there are only more endless open space halls full of desks, computers, and occasional glass boxes, but the boxes become more numerous as we head through, until past a section of standalone plexiglass frosted wall, we find ourselves surrounded by them. Many of the boxes are filled with water and lit from beneath, and the colors of these lights are washed against the nearby walls. James looks around and his face is cast in a watery blue and deep green. Maya shivers despite the fact that it's warmer in here than the complex as a whole, and her eyes reflect the dim purple glow from a nearby tank. "The warmth," I think aloud. "The lights, the elevator. There's something still powering all of this stuff. Some backup generators or something." I look up overhead to see a red bulb blinking clear and fast. It sends out brief, regular flashes across the pipes and metalwork above our heads. An LED image of a basic stickman running through a door is also illuminated. That kind of looks like an exit sign. Is there a way out around here? We split up a bit. Not too much, don't worry, still within shouting distance. And we explore around these curious glass tanks. Most are empty of everything but water, but on some of the glass it has become clouded and blocked by gunge and dark murk. I creep between two long tanks and peer through an open doorway, leading into a long hallway beyond. The ceiling is high in here and there are platforms attached to the wall, vantage points for walking across and looking down to the hall floor below. The room is filled with watery tanks, and these ones are large, far larger than the fish tank-sized boxes in the previous corridors. "Guys," I call out, just above my regular speaking volume. "Guys, come and check this out." I hear their footsteps approach and they join me in the doorway, and together we head into the hall looking all around. Most of the tanks are illuminated in either red or blue, though a couple towards the far end appear to glow softly in purple. Our footsteps echo around the walls as we walk, and I look up into the nearest blue tank. "It's that fungus," I mutter to the guys. "You see, it's in the water." I struggle with a rise of revulsion as I see the fungus quiver in the liquid, attached to the corner of the tank at about head height and the size of a basketball. Its tendrils drift lazily in the water and a bubble escapes from its side. I watch with disgust as the bubble rises up to the surface and it disappears. "There's some in this one too," says Maya, and I turn to look. She is washed in the tank's blue light, and beyond her in the water is another example of the fungus. This one is longer and larger, and it covers almost an entire wall with its growth. James is a little further ahead. He stands in the red glow of the tank before him and stares up into its water. "James, you good?" I ask, but he does not reply. He does not turn, and a chill ripples up and across my back. My mouth goes deathly dry and I try again. "James?" No response. Cautiously, I walk over to him, though my movements have become sluggish and slow. I turn my head to look in the tank. In the center, softly bubbling, is a bloated mass that throbs and twitches. Long, thick tendrils connect it to the walls of the tank, and in its very center is an eye. an active, watching, disturbingly human eye. "The hell?" James whispers, and in response, the eye suddenly jolts, rolling sharply up to stare right into James' face, and the pupil shrinks. My stomach drops, and in the exact same second a noise reverberates from the corner of the hall, a thudding and the patter of general movement. I swing my head around and catch a glimpse of a red and purple washed shadow slithering around in the darkness, and for a second my voice catches in my throat. I am only able to grab onto Maya's sleeve, but as soon as I've drawn in a breath I say it. "Run." I don't need to shout. The message is clear. I start to drag Maya back through the complex as James's legs return to life, and together we make our escape. The energy suddenly frantic as we sprint and stagger back through the hall and into the preceding corridors. "Oh, screw this, I'm out," James shouts as we pushed past desks and blinking lights, knocking into the tower of chairs that we created and sending it tumbling with a clatter. "I can't take this anymore. I'm going up the elevator." "But James, the girl." "Oh, forget that. I would rather take some ghost than whatever the hell is down here." And he runs down the long corridor back to the elevator, and I sprint after him before I lose him behind the panels and walls. "James, wait up." But he doesn't. He runs and runs until at last all three of us are stumbling and panting, exhausted at the doors, but still he doesn't stop. He tears away the chairs, and with a grunt he draws back the desk, freeing the door space and allowing the elevator to close. He steps inside, chesto rising and falling and face flushed. His eyes dart over our shoulders. "Well, let's go." Maya looks like she's about to cry. "I can't leave you down here, so get in, come on." He urges, and reluctantly she does so, shaking. I grip my teeth and feel myself get dragged in. I turn to look through the doors and into the gloom as they steadily draw close with a soft hiss and a gentle ding. And my stomach lurches as the elevator begins to rise. Maya stands shaking in the corner, staring straight ahead. James swallows anxiously, still catching his breath. Maybe it won't happen this time. Maybe we'll be okay. The LED goes from -3 to -2. Up we go, ascending through the darkness, and my fear rises with it. I read the little line of text by the button compartment over and over to try and keep myself calm. "Do not open or engage prior to adequate shutdown. Risk of fire, max weight 2,000 pounds. It'll be okay." I mutter out loud. "It's gonna be alright." The LED rolls from -2 to -1, and it starts to slow. James looks down to the buttons to the left. Maya starts to panic. "No, no, no." The elevator comes to a stop at -1. My blood chills and everything seems to suddenly drift in slow motion. The doors clank steadily open and we see ourselves in the mirror. The color drains from James's face and indeed from mine. There stand behind us two apparitions, the young woman from before and a man a little older. They both stare back at us in the glass. They shimmer as if not entirely there, and the skin is flaked and peeled away from their eyes, giving them terrifying, lidless expressions. "Please, no more," the man whispers. And quick as a flash, James slams the button for the elevator. "Up," he shouts. "Back to the surface." The doors close and we are plunged back into darkness. But the elevator does not go up. It refuses. So down we go. Down, down, down. Back down and into the depths. The elevator shudders through the darkness on its descent. Waves of narrow light washing over us as we drop down through the earth, until at last comes to a stop on level -4. The doors hiss and dutifully slide open. and we'd tumble out as a three and into the darkness. Holy hell, James mutters, putting a hand on his head, and then throwing it out into the dark. Jesus. Yeah, I reply quietly, as Maya tries to stifle sobs just behind us. She wipes a sleeve across her eyes, and then we don't say anything for a while. We just process and look around. We appear to be in some sort of lobby, a transitional place, I guess. Not much feature to it. There's the water cooler and some chairs, and there's a vending machine in here too. There's not much left in it though. Upon closer inspection, I realize that the door has been cracked off its hinges. It looks like it could swing wide open. A corridor leads away just ahead and around a corner. It's warmer down here, more humid. So you guys weren't screwing around then about that ghost, James says eventually. No, I reply. Of course we weren't. So we really are going to have to find another way out of here then. We have no choice. Come on, I say to him, to both of them. Are you ready? We should keep going. Right, he replies. He reaches over and squeezes Maya's hand, a gesture that she seems to appreciate. Let's keep going. We head through the little room and around the corner. I don't know what I was expecting to find down here on level -4, but it wasn't what I'm seeing now. The corridor opens up into a wide hallway. To the right is a collection of office spaces, empty meeting rooms, and whiteboards with glass walls. Not so many computers down here. The screens are fewer and built into walls well clear of the floor. The floor itself is tiled, all of it. Ahead and to the left of the office space is an enormous pool, and as with the level above, it's lit eerily in green. There are machines fixed into the pool's edges. I'm not sure what they are, though one looks like it could be a wave generator. I walk over to the water's edge, to the gentle lapping against the side. It's not entirely still. The pool goes pretty deep down. It's difficult to say due to its warped perception and grungy color of the water, but the pool walls round out into a cylinder and drop way down into the darkness. There are offshooting tunnels built into the pool's side, and I can see another such pool further into the complex and half hidden around a series of spiraling metal stairs. These stairs climb to a collection of interconnected viewing platforms up above our heads. This is the first part of the whole place that I've seen so far with actual doors. There are lots here in the walls, leading away to unknown rooms and through curious passages. What is this place, guys? James asks, shaking his head as a vent hisses somewhere away in the shadow. What the hell is all this stuff? We shouldn't be down here, Maya says. That's all I know for sure. Some old research laboratory, but it's so massive you would have thought we would have heard of it, or somebody would have known about it or something. I pause for thought. Abandoned, James says. Something happened here and they all got the heck out. Pretty damn quick too. They didn't even have time to shut off the lights or finish their coffees, so they got attacked by the ghosts maybe. Attacked by ghosts, I repeat, adjusting my sweater in the humidity and then deciding to take it off and wrap it around my waist. No, that doesn't sound right. They don't attack us anyway, Maya says. They're only in the elevator, nowhere else. And James rubs his hands over his face. Let's just keep going. We need out. So keep going we do. We walk around the edge of the pool as the green light shimmers on its surface. Our eyes readjust to the gloom. Oh my God, I mutter, looking up into the corners of the room. Looking at the edges, at the pipes, at what I took originally for only shadows. Guys, this place is filled with that fungus. Look, it's everywhere. And it really seems to be. Thick bulbous clusters of dark fungus spread and stretched out in the dampest, most humid crevices of the complex. It's probably just my imagination, but the air down here seems to become a great deal thicker. Cover your mouths, I say to them, just in case. Spores, you know. Maya has a mask in her back pocket and she puts it on. James and I have to make do with drawing the front of our shirts up over our noses and mouths. And so we walk, us three wanderers, through the wet and the gloom of this underground nightmare, a trio in the watery darkness. We should climb up to the platforms up there, I say after a while, gesturing to the stairs. It might give us a better view of where to go. Sure, James replies, and we climb on up, our footsteps echoing with metallic clanks as we ascend. It doesn't go up very high, maybe 10 or so feet off the ground, but it does give us a better vantage point. We cross from one platform to another via a narrow metal bridge built between them. But after a moment or two, Maya comes to a sudden stop and James bumps right into her. Maya, geez. I turn to look back at them and I see Maya staring intently down into the water of this pool directly below us. Guys, look. We do so and I see immediately what she must have spotted. We aren't alone down here. There's something in the water. My heart pounds as I peer down, trying to make sense of what it is that I'm seeing. The shape in the water is human. At least it looks human. The thing is slithering through the water, and while its shape might be humanoid, its movements and motions are very much not. They're more snake-like or fish-like, and the more that I watch, the more I notice the things that are wrong. Very, very wrong indeed. The man, as it is a man, slithers and swims like a great fish. His legs, I see, have been, I don't know how to describe it, melted together almost. His limbs and joints are stuck and bound, wrapped by what appears to be a combination of melted flesh and that terrible dark fungus. Jesus. A long, low fin the color of the fungus is pushed up and out from his spine. I cannot see his face as he swims with his head down, but there are gill-like appendages writhing and slowly pulsating at the sides of his neck, a neck stuck to his torso with dark shivering strands. The abomination in the water approaches a corner of the pool and slithers around in a quick, sickening motion to change its direction. How does he know where to go? James whispers. He can't see where he's going. But he can, I realize. He can. From the top of his head, out from his scalp and peering through his hair are two faintly glowing eyes, pale yellow in the darkness, eyes where God knows there really shouldn't be. That thing in the water might once have been a human man, but it isn't anymore. His biology, the very structure of his being, has been warped into a monster beyond recognition, a creature slithering about in the depths. We watch in quiet terror as the thing slithers through the water, dropping down into the darkness until it is quickly lost from sight. The surface of the pool ripples softly and the filters whir dutifully on. We wait for a while in strained silence, waiting to see if the creature will resurface. Once we are as sure as we can be that it hasn't reemerged anywhere, we carry on, now painfully conscious of the sounds of our shoes against the thin metal of the stairs and the narrow platforms. What the hell was that? James mutters under his breath. That was a dude, right? What the hell happened to him? What's going on down here? You see that stuff that he was all gunked up with, I reply. It was that fungus, James, I'm sure of it. We need to get out. We really need to get the hell out of here already. How did it do that to him? Maya murmurs, "How could it?" I don't know, none of us do. But that grotesque image of the fungus bulging from within the computer on floor -2 returns to the forefront of my mind, and I shiver in revulsion. The platform comes to an end. Well, not quite an end as such, but they just keep going around and around the upper levels of these interlinked subterranean pool halls. We'll need to go down now if we want to make any progress. So down we go, moving carefully from step to step, and I can feel the group cringe as a whole when James accidentally slams his foot down hard onto the metal. Reverberations are sent out through the railings. "It's fine," I find myself muttering. "It's all fine, just keep moving." We reach the base of the stairs. The water from the pool here is leaked across the tiles and our shoes make little splashes as we cross. I look back over my shoulder again and again, watching the surface of the water, looking for signs that the creature within is going to writhe up from the depths. But it does not. Not yet, at the least. We pass through an arc, illuminated in flickering blue, through another and another. One last pool, only a few meters wide in circumference, bubbles softly to our left. It's ringed with a railing. The machine attached to the water still works, but I have no idea what its purpose could possibly have been. We reach a door with a translucent window pane and push it open, revealing a lobby of sorts just behind it. There's a battered old humidity-damaged couch, and a plant that has exploded beyond the confines of its pot. The thing has climbed up the side of the wall and has grown into the ceiling tiles and the lighting. Maya hurriedly closes the door behind us and releases what I presume to be a long-held breath. "So, it's the fungus," Maya says, stumbling over her words a little. You were right, Indy. You guys saw it right. The fungus bulging through that guy's skin." She pales as she says this. "There must be a way out around here," James says as he looks around, distracting himself from what he saw perhaps. A backroom set of stairs or a freight elevator or hell, just something other than that elevator in the middle of the forest. There's an adjacent room here connected to the lobby. Lots of rooms actually, all leading into and through each other. The one right beside us has a thick glass screen that looks out into the damp and dingy pool hall, and the walls are covered in dead screens and random sketches. There's a large framed group photograph in here too, though humidity has curled and wrinkled its edges. The sketches are of the fungus. I hear rustling and I look over to see Maya flicking through a load that had been taped together. Drawings, diagrams, sketches of vivisections and fungal roots. There are other drawings too. Drawings and photographs tacked or taped alongside. Disturbing pictures of human faces. Human faces infected and diseased, with rotting skin around the eyes, peeling back and away from the skulls. There are pages upon pages of notes titled Treatment Hypothesis and Experiment Log, and other such titlings. My own eyes jump from picture to picture. There are sketches of animals here. Most are of fish, but there are lizards as well, bats and rats. And then there's the framed photograph, the large one hung in the center of the wall. It depicts around 36 people in lab coats and other similar gear, stood on a podium in a large well-lit hallway. The frame hangs beneath the plaque marked, "The Final Line of Defense," and in one of the middle rows, I see a familiar face. And amongst all the others, it's her. It's the face of the ghostly young woman that I saw in the mirror. She looks normal here. She's smiling, she doesn't look scary, she looks nice even. There's nothing wrong with her face or with her eyes. "Maya," I murmur, beckoning over my friend. "That's her, isn't it? That's the woman from the elevator mirror." Maya joins alongside and looks closely. Yeah, she says. Yeah, that's her. And hey, James chimes in, pointing to the face of a man a row behind. That's the guy, right? The ghost man that we all saw together. It's him, isn't it? And sure enough, I think that James is right. That really looks like it could be him, a healthier, happier him. So what does it mean? I asked them. Should we even try to find out? Will it help us get to the surface? James puts his hand on his head. For God's sake, so they want us down here, is that it? The ghosts of these people. They want to keep us down here to die, to join them. What the hell happened to them? The final line of defense, I read out loud from the plaque, mulling the words over in my head. Something thumps and reverberates through the ceiling. The light flickers. I shoot a glance through the glass back towards the dark pool hall. I can see it again, the fish creature, a slithering shadow near the surface of the water. Those two faintly glowing eyes pale in the gloom. Ripples shimmer in and out across the pool as the monster swims. Without another word, James sets off through the rooms. Maya and I follow with one last look back. On we go past whiteboards covered in scrawlings, doodles of creatures. There are labels and notes and warnings. Reacts to sound. Begins with the eyes. Copies and pastes these qualities, modifying and adapting to suit the structure of its former host. Thorough remodeling, if left unchecked. They have sealed us away. We cannot get out. My heart hammers. With every subsequent room, the level of light seems to drop. The occasional green glow from a blinking, long-broken appliance is all that illuminates our way as we try to head further and further away from the pool hall. It doesn't feel like we're heading further away, though. The humidity and the warmth and the moisture in the air, it seems only to be increasing. Indy? Maya says from beside me, I don't like this. I don't think that this is the way. James, I call ahead. James, this isn't helping. James has his face pressed against a window of dark glass. It's just the same, he mutters. More pools, and these ones are larger. I can't take much more of this. A layer of sweat glistens green in the light across his forehead, and he wipes it away. There's another thud from the ceiling, and then the sound of a gentle scraping and a scratching in the darkness. It's okay, I say out loud, as the fear within the group rises. We're okay. We've been conserving the batteries on our phones, but James taps his on now. The light hits the floor and illuminates a series of sketches. Like the others, once tacked to the wall but have now fallen and curled unceremoniously. Some are of people, some are of fish, and one picture depicts another creature, an annotated spider. And as the scraping sounds are matched by a subtle wet hiss, James lifts his flashlight up to the ceiling. The light lands on a warped monstrosity creeping its way towards us in the darkness. Terror strikes. The creature is the mutated combination of two human corpses, glued and merged and bound together by that vicious and terrible fungus. Cracked and twisted bodies into the shape of one enormous spider. The spider's 8 legs are the warped arms and legs of the two people, a man and a woman. And the woman I don't fail to realize is the young woman from the elevator. It's her from the picture, the first ghost. The spider has 2 fangs and each one distends from the mouth of one of the corpses. Saliva drips to the floor and pale yellow eyes glow all across the heads and necks of its hosts' bodies. Chaos takes hold, and within a scream, I watch as Maya hauls the top drawer from the nearest metal filing cabinet. The motion disturbs the spider, and with a sickening and skin-crawling speed, It scuttles across the ceiling to the opposite side of the room, being sure to keep us in its line of sight. Maya flings the drawer with all her strength at the glass, and it strikes with a thud and causes an impact crack right in the center. There are 2 more drawers. James grabs the middle one and sends its papers spilling out over the floor. As the spider dares to creep down the wall towards us, James hurls the drawer right at its head. It hits with a wet squelch, and with a hiss the spider retreats. The final drawer I grab myself, using it like a club in the spot that Maya damaged the glass until it smashes through entirely. We stumble through the gap. James cuts himself a little on his leg as he does so, and we scramble back out into the main pool hall, a different section to the one that we were in before. "Over there," James shouts, and we see a wide doorway in the side of one of the walls, tucked away into a corner. We head towards it, and I shoot a look back over my shoulder. One of the spider's legs emerges cautiously from behind the smashed glass. I catch a glimpse of cold, dead human fingers bound together with fungus as they grip carefully to the edge of the shattered glass. I turn away, back to look the way that I'm going. "James, why this way?" I call ahead. "This doorway is so much wider than the others. They must have needed a way to get all this stuff down here." He replies, though I can't tell if he's talking to me or to himself, as he takes us down a gloomy, fungus-lined corridor, ignoring the smaller doors and tight corners, opting instead for the wide and open doorless arches. "James!" "Surely," he mutters, red in the face from the exhaustion and the humidity. He leads us into the widest corridor so far. No tiles back here, just cold and emotionless concrete. There are a number of wooden boxes around, some small and some much larger. "Please," he murmurs, "please, please." And still we run down the length of this corridor and into the darkness, following the gentle glow of a tiny blinking green light. "Aha!" he shouts, the glee in his voice bursting through the fear. "Yes, I was right. He catches his breath as he skids to a halt. "I always get there in the end." We have come to a stumbling stop beside the thing that we've been looking for, or one of the things at least. Hope flares up inside me. It's an elevator, a second elevator. The doors to this one are much larger and wider than the previous, and James hastily presses the button as we look it over. A whirring and a rumbling sounds up from beneath us. There is no LED above the elevator here to indicate what floor it's on, so we just have to wait anxiously until that dutiful hiss, and the doors grind their way open. The space in here is much larger than the one in our elevator, and there's no mirror along the walls either. We rush in and examine the buttons. "Wait," I say. "This one doesn't go up, it only goes down." And sure enough, it looks like we have 2 options. A button for -4, the floor that we're currently on, and a button for -X. I look at the others. "X it is then, I guess," I say quietly, and they nod grimly in response, elation already fast dissipating. I press the button and the door slides slowly shut. One more level to go. Down, down, down. But this is good, right? This is progress. We have confirmed the existence of other elevators. There will be a way out, there has to be. Our stomachs drop as the elevator accelerates down. We are silent as it descends. And when at last it opens, we are met with another long corridor. Dark and, as with the level above, humid. Black mold creeps across the walls. The fungus is rife. I lift my shirt back over my nose and mouth as we head out into the misery of the complex. Directly opposite us is a similarly sized door to the elevator, massive and shuttered off with metal. James checks all over this, looking for buttons or ways to get it open, clues or keypads, but he finds nothing. Maya and I walk the length of the corridor. It narrows out pretty quickly. In one direction, the passage quickly becomes lost to a jungle of fungus. It makes my skin crawl just looking down it. The other way is far clearer, so our path really is a no-brainer. Once James has, frustrated, given up for now his assault on the metal barrier, we walk down this new corridor. It is lined with pipes and various valves and is barely wide enough for two of us to walk side by side. It snakes this way and that, sometimes stretching forward in a completely straight line. But there are no doors, no offshooting corridors or alternate routes. And at long last, we are led right back to where we started. There is a moment of painful tension, and then James swears in frustration and kicks the wall. Maya slumps down against it. After all this way, we've just reached the elevator again. The first one, our elevator. After all that, we've just been led right back to the very same elevator. It's level -X doors, waiting for us, taunting us. Maya starts quietly sobbing. Dazed and defeated, I turn to the right. There's a doorway here and it leads into a gloomy and red-lit hallway, and so I head on through. Why the hell not? What will I find? There's no way out. James shouts in despair. There's no way out. Help us, anyone. How do we get out? My feet clank on metal mesh platform, kind of like the platforms on the level above, though maybe a little bit thicker. I quickly reach a rail and I put my hands on the bar, looking out over the edge. Ahead and below is the void. Steam churns quietly all around us. Vents blast and puff out bursts of the stuff, and already I can feel myself sweating worse than I did on the previous floor. To my left, the rail and the metal platform extends away into the darkness and the steam. To my right, it widens out a little. Styrofoam has been piled high in here. Cardboard too, now rotted. A dumping ground for waste and junk. And amongst them and steadily grinding and humming are a series of generators. One has been dislodged from its location, and it leans at an awkward angle. The rest remain fixed in place. These must be what continue to power the facility. There are 9 of them down here by my count, as I walk past them one by one, kicking aside some styrofoam as I do. 2 of them appear to be dead, but the remaining 7, including the one tipped at an awkward angle, all continue to blink and judder. Ancient but powerful things, keeping it all running, I guess, still doing their jobs after their masters have long since departed. I take a look down over the rail again, down into the great yawning chasm of nothingness below. If I squint, I feel like I can almost make out further platforms, dark and barely visible and way below, covered in shifting, crawling, shadowed shapes. Unease takes hold and I retreat from the railing, suddenly nauseous. Looking back to the doorway, I can see that I've been joined by James and Maya, both illuminated red in the faint blinking lights of the generators. They aren't looking down though, they're looking up. I do likewise. Above our heads and attached to the metal grids of the ceiling is an enormous, throbbing fungal mass. It is colossal, the largest of them all by far. Bulging tentacle-like vines connect the mass to the metal overhead and spread out wide like an intricate nervous system. Slime oozes down its sides. The mass is covered with eyes. They stare in different directions, but stare they do. Some at James, some at Maya, and some at me. Unblinking, watching in the darkness. I don't feel afraid though now. Perhaps I have exhausted my fear reserves. I think about the ghosts, about the young woman, the picture that I saw of her smiling with her colleagues, her rotted corpse strung up and defiled into that fungal spider. I think of the ghost of the man too. I wonder now if perhaps that was him in the water, the slithering fish. Please, they had said. Please. And I decide, like a strike of lightning on a course of action. I turn from the monster's fungus, this centerpiece of desolation, the mother mass. I run back across the platforms through the steam and return to the elevator, tearing off a piece of pre-damaged piping from the wall as I do so. "Indy, what are you doing?" James asks me, but I move past him into the corridor and press the button for the elevator. My heart beats fast, but I feel better now than I have at any other point on this terrible nightmarish night. The elevator whirs. Its doors stand silent and still, and then with a soft ding, they open on up. I look for the panel by the buttons, the one that says, "Do not open or engage prior to adequate shutdown. Risk of fire. Max weight 2,000 pounds." And I smash it as hard as I can with the pipe. With the first hit, the panel dents and little sparks fly from the cracks. "Indy," Maya asks after me, but she doesn't try to stop me. I smack the pipe against the panel again and it cracks and dents further. More sparks fly. "Maya, grab some of the trash," I shout over my shoulder. "The styrofoam." She does so at once. She knows what I'm trying to do, and I'm not sure if James has caught on yet. I hit it over and over. I pull at the exposed wires and smack it as hard as I can. I press the buttons on the elevator and the doors try to repeatedly judder closed, but I don't let them. I keep forcing them back open even as I strike. Maya returns and I jam a load of the dryer cardboard and the styrofoam into the open paneling. "Burn," I shout loud, with perhaps just a hint of madness in the edge of my voice, and lo and behold, it does. Flames flicker out from the panel and I strike it again. The flames die down and then burst out again, redoubled in size. "What the hell are you doing?" James shouts with his hands on his head. "We're going to kill it, James," I tell him. "The fungus. We're going to burn it out. This ends." He stares at me as smoke starts to fill the compartment. "Dislodge the generator," I tell him as I encourage the fire to grow, feeding it with trash as it burns brighter and brighter. "The one at the end, try to get it disconnected from the walls." James pauses. He looks like he's going to question this, but then he just nods and takes off. "Maya, keep it going. Burn it bigger and brighter, more and more." I tell her and she does as I say. I run back to the metal platforms of level -X and with anger in my blood, I clamber up onto the lowest of the rails that mark the platform's edge, and I swing the pipe at the fungus again and again, attacking what I had perceived to be its weak point, where it looks the softest. Sludge bursts from the mass's sides and the eyes all swivel to stare right at me, staring into my soul as it vibrates furiously in response. Shadows move in the dark and the fire and the flames burn larger. I move forwards and backwards across the platform, grabbing up chunks of burning material and wedging them forcefully into the fungus's sides, right into the heart of the mother mass, into the weak spot that I tore out with the pipe. The fungus twitches and pulsates violently with every burning strike. The first few flames are extinguished quickly, and the mass's moisture and ooze, but Maya joins in with my efforts, and as the edges of the fungus begin to dry and crack in the heat, the flames start to take hold. Smoke billows out from the elevator and up towards the ceiling. I glance up. There's an enormous hole in the metal roofing not far away, and this is where the smoke seems to congregate and climb on up and disappearing out of sight. I wonder idly if it might connect to that hole in the floor that Maya had found on level -1, all those long hours ago. The fungus thrums and throbs with rage. Its multitudes of horrendous eyes crack and melt in the searing heat as the fire begins to overtake it, and still my end I fan the flames. Burning trash is hurled right at it, stuffed into its sides. I scorch my hands a few times, but it doesn't faze me. The pupils of the mass's eyes all narrow as one, staring out with rage at its assailants, but it is undefended here, down here in the dark. And at last, with an unceremonious burst of gray-green ooze, the burning fungus disconnects from the ceiling. It hangs and swings by 3 thick, sticky threads, those tiny little worm-like tendrils flailing madly. And then 2 of those threads snap through and the fungus slams against the railing. The final eye stares up at me as it's engulfed in flames, and the final thread snaps too. Down goes the fungus, a burning fireball in the darkness. It illuminates in orange various pipes and platforms as it drops. We catch glimpses of terrible creatures lurking in the shadows, scampering away fearful of the light. And at last it crashes into a platform far below us, still sizzling and still smoking. But it isn't enough. We help James in the final stages of dislodging the generator, and with a great combined effort, we tip the machine, this vital organ of the facility, down over the railings after it. It too falls fast into the abyss, though its light is nowhere near as bright. Not until it strikes the smoldering fungus and the metal upon which it was cast. The generator bursts into an intense explosion that sends a ripple of heat all the way back up towards us, one that causes us to step back and shield our eyes. And then for a while there's quiet, just the sound of us 3 idiot teenagers catching our breath, the distant sizzling of the remains and ruins down below, and the flickering flames in the exterior behind us. I cough through the smoke and start to kick and haul away the pieces of burning trash by the elevator's edges. I use the pipe to reach in and separate the materials, and then, sitting down on the metal mesh and close to the ground, we wait for the fires to burn themselves out. I would say it takes about 15 minutes. But at last, the final flame dies out, leaving behind it a blackened and scorched and smoky elevator room, lined with ash and with wires sparking out from its panel. "Do you think it'll still work?" I ask Maya and James after a moment. "Yeah," says James. "I'm sure it will. A bit of fire damage, it ain't nothing." "And even if it doesn't," Maya says, "we'll find another way. We'll for sure find another way out. We found another elevator and we can do the same again." She squeezes my hand. "Okay," I reply with an exhausted smile. "Shall we give it a try then?" "Yeah," James replies. "Let's do this." And so we clamber to our feet and into the elevator. The smoke is dispersed now, but it still reeks of ash and rot and burnt plastic. With another cough, I glance to the others and then carefully press the button to floor 0. There is silence for a second or two, an unsettling grinding noise, as if the elevator is struggling with a request. But then, as its purpose, it whirs and rumbles and the doors draw closed with a soft and familiar ding. And up it goes, up, ascending through the darkness. The LED flickers from -X to -4. I shift from foot to foot, waiting and hoping. Up from -4 to -3. Higher still from -3 to -2. What's going to happen, I think to myself? Will it take us back to the surface? Ascending up and up. And as it happens, it does not. Not yet, at least. The LED flickers over from -2 to -1, and here the elevator decelerates. James grips one of my hands and my other takes Maya's. The elevator slows to a stop, and as before, it slowly whirs open. The lights blink and drop, and we are plunged temporarily into darkness. and when they return, we see ourselves in the reflection, the mirror wall that the open doors of the elevator reveal to us. It reflects the mirror behind us and creates the illusion of a tunnel leading away into infinity. And in this tunnel are almost 36 people. Directly behind us are the young woman and the man, and behind them are others, dressed in lab coats and other such gear. It's the group from the framed photograph that we found on level -4, the final line of defense. They shimmer and they smile. Their eyes have not rotted around the sockets. They are as they were, at their best. My heart beats fast, but I am not afraid. "Thank you," mouths the ghostly young woman, and I smile at her. The elevator doors to floor -1 were quietly closed of their own accord, and at last it whirs on, ascending. Back up we go to level 0, back to the forest, and when the doors finally open, we are rushed with a cool and glorious breath of fresh forest air. It spills into the open compartment, and we are illuminated in the light of the moon and stars, and our ghostly cohort streams steadily out through the doors. In human forms at first, but fading quickly into nothing more than silvery starlight, they disperse into the air around us, and then they vanish peacefully away. I don't know quite what to say. I don't think any of us do. So we simply head on out and back through the forest. The leaves crunch beneath our feet, and I hear the sound of a soft ding behind us as the elevator doors were closed.